Well, good morning. Good morning to you. It's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. You are waking up to the coldest weather of the season today, and the wind is not helping.
5 to 10 mile per hour wind is doing just enough to drop most of us back into the single digits, near and even below zero right now. In areas like Paris, it's feeling like 3 below. First alert live radar, though, we have no additional snowfall. You just have to keep an eye out for potential refreezing again this morning from any snow melt that we saw through yesterday.
That, of course, is Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro. Now, we'll get a little warmer around here in the coming days. Stick around for the forecast right after the news. Well, the byproduct of snowstorms, potholes. And Channel 4's Jordan James has TDOT's plan to fix them.
TDOT has dispatched crews across the region. They're starting off focusing in the rural areas and will work their way into Metro Nashville later this week when traffic is reduced. A spokesperson with the state agency says they decide which roads get fixed based on an assessment from their inspectors. If it poses a danger, then they say it will be fixed immediately.
And, of course, if you come across a pothole, it's recommended that you file a report with NDOT or with TDOT. The Internal Revenue Service has begun laying off more than 6,000 probationary employees across the country, all part of President Trump's campaign to shrink the federal workforce.
We've seen the Department of Government Efficiency go kind of department by department. And yes, the Internal Revenue Service is the latest to be hit. Elon Musk appeared on stage tonight at a conservative gathering with a chainsaw and said, look, the ultimate goal of all of this is to return more money to taxpayers.
ABC's Rick Klein there. Elon Musk was speaking at CPAC with that chainsaw, by the way. And we're hearing today that it's the Department of Defense where 55,000 employees could be laid off. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Michelle Franzen.
Stocks couldn't bounce back from Walmart's lackluster forecast Thursday. The Dow tumbling 450 points. The S&P, which came off 2 record-setting days, also fell 26 points. And the tech-heavy NASDAQ also reporting a loss of 93 points. The Walmart numbers also show Amazon overtaking the longtime retail giant for the first time in quarterly revenue, reporting $187 billion in sales over the last quarter. Walmart still expects to lead the way in its annual sales, projecting to reel in $708 billion. The state of Florida has filed a class action lawsuit against Target, claiming the company knowingly misled investors by concealing the financial risks of its radical LGBTQ activism with its 2023 Pride campaign. Florida's Attorney General claims that the Minneapolis-based retailer knew the controversy could cause stock prices to fall and put the retirement accounts of Florida's teachers and first responders at risk. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
We've got stock futures pointing up. The Dow futures plus 49, NASDAQ futures, they're up by 26 points. The S&P futures up by just a fraction. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, it is fine so far this morning on the roadways. They're clear. They're clear of snow and debris this morning, so really smooth sailing as you're heading in. No problems on 24. We've also checked out 40 and 65. Things are looking pretty good. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Head with its own plan.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Happy Friday to you. Hope you're doing well. I'm back in studio. Joan's back in studio as well. We are darn glad to be here because if you were listening yesterday, you know that the last, half hour of my show, the internet went out. Wasn't Xfinity's fault. Moving right along from there. Uh-huh. Here's what I thought, Joan.
Yeah.
Is that I was making an absolutely stellar point, I thought, during the crisscross about Jasmine Crockett. And about how if Jasmine Crockett, was able to really tackle the issues and get to know the issues, that she would be pretty lethal. She would, because she's very plain spoken. There's some things about her that are, dare I say, a little Trumpian. In the sense that she's fearless. She'll say whatever, and so will Donald Trump. Now, I believe that she's dumb as a box of rocks, but if she ever actually started implementing some common sense with some of the things that she says, she would be very good. But I just don't think that I don't think that Jasmine Crockett has that discipline. But anyway, bottom line is, I finished with my, probably 35 to 45 second rant on Jasmine Crockett. And then nothing. And I thought, oh, my gosh, I've stunned everyone into silence. That's what I was thinking at home. Then, of course, I realized the internet had gone out. And
I thought you were just getting fired.
Sometimes that's how it happens. They'll walk in and shut your microphone off and mid-monologue.
No, I didn't tell you, but Paul told me to cut the stream yesterday.
Is that what it was?
See?
Is that what
I
it
knew
was,
it.
Mason?
Give Chris a little bit more time.
Anyway, so there is, I also figured that y'all disagreed with me on Jasmine Crockett about how if she did a little more studying and implemented a little bit more common sense, even from the progressive point of view, she would be good. Because let's face it, these days here in America, we're all kind of done with the prim and proper politicians. I just think that we are. And so somebody like Jasmine Crockett, as they are grooming her to be the face for the Democrat Party, I said yesterday, I think that is a good thing for conservatives and for Republicans, because right now, as Jasmine Crockett is on this, February 21st, this is how she is. And I don't believe that she does have the discipline to try and tailor her message to a more common sense approach. She is as far left as they come. So I'm all for it. Just continue on doing what you're doing, Jasmine Crockett, because I think that she will ultimately, in her current form, do more harm than good for the Democrat Party. And they don't even see it. But anyway, moving on from there. There is breaking news this morning. Headline, Senate border budget triumphs after all-night session while Trump-backed House bill lags. So you know what's going on. Donald Trump has, these big, beautiful bills, these massive executive orders, and within each executive order, they've got a whole bunch of other executive orders therein. And so Trump is trying to get a lot done in a very short amount of time. Are we we're basically at the 1 month anniversary of Donald Trump, right? January 20th, he took the oath of office. So we are 1 month and a day in, and Trump has accomplished a lot. So overnight, senators voted on amendments for hours last night, heading into this morning, before passing their own budget. Now, the thing is, the House hasn't done what they need to do, and so that's problematic. And so part of the story here is that the Senate got the job done before the House of Representatives. And so that does make Mike Johnson and the Republicans in the House kind of looks like they're lagging behind. Senate Republicans scoring a win over their House counterparts in the early morning hours of Friday, officially passing their preferred budget resolution to tackle some of President Trump's priorities, such as securing the southern border. There's also a bunch of stuff on energy. After hours of back-to-back voting on Democratic amendments, this is from Fox News, by the way, the bill to fund border security, energy, and defense finally got its vote on the chamber floor. The measure passed by a vote of 52-48. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, of course, was the only Republican to oppose. All Senate Democrats voted against it as well. I mean, that's what we're going to be seeing, right? We are going to be seeing for the next 2 years. That's all we're going to see is Democrats literally voting against everything that Donald Trump and the Republicans are going to be doing. You know, it is kind of crazy, isn't it? Where it's got to be the easiest job in the world to be a Democrat these days. I mean, literally, if you are a Democrat, whether in the House or in the Senate, your only job is to oppose the other side. I mean, you don't even have to think about anything. That's what the Democrats are going to be doing for the next 2 years until the midterm elections and the next 4 years as Donald Trump completes his term. The Senate voted on various amendments and points of order for nearly 10 hours, considering dozens of them on the floor. Ultimately, 2 Republican-led amendments were adopted. And it goes on and on. This particular budget resolution, they say, addresses the president's top priority, which is securing the border and implementing and putting in place his immigration policies, rebuilding the military, and creating energy dominance for this country. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told reporters as they were previewing the eventual vote. So this is obviously good news for Donald Trump. The House still has to do their version, and then they've got to figure out where to go from there. But the House is kind of trying to do their own thing. They've got their own challenges. And as you know, in the House of Representatives, they've got a very small majority, the Republicans do. So it's going to be more of a challenge in the House than it is the Senate. But we'll, of course, keep you updated. But again, this is breaking news this morning. By the way, watch us on YouTube if you would. The Daily Dan poll is up, and I kind of like the Daily Dan poll. And Mason in for KGB, you have put up the Daily Dan poll. Let's talk about the exact wording that you used. But here we are with the 1 month anniversary of Donald Trump. And the question basically is, Mason?
What's your favorite Trump storyline thus far?
Okay, and what are the options?
We got corruption and USAID.
Yep.
USAID.
Yes.
Mass deportation, mass termination of federal employees.
Okay.
And Trump to find an end to the Ukraine war.
Okay, so those are, at least to me, the big 4. And I know that I've probably missed one. But did you put in what I also said, where if you have like a write-in vote, they can put it in the comments section there on YouTube?
It didn't give me the option, or I could only put the 4 options as like a type, but I typed it in as a comment there. So
okay,
definitely give us your feedback. I'd love to hear what those are.
All right, so watch us on YouTube, throw us a bone, please, and like and subscribe to the channel. You can watch us every single day if you want. Even on Saturday and Sunday, you can go back and watch us Monday through Friday to see what you missed.
Absolutely.
I'm sure people are doing that too. I'm positive that's not happening. Anyway, so go take the poll and let us know. And if none of those 4 options work for you, then what you can do is you can go ahead and write in your vote in the comment section there on YouTube. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, not seeing any delays this morning. A tiny tap of the brakes if you're traveling on 24 through the Laverne area. Otherwise, really, we're looking good this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan, do you have one, by the way?
Do I have?
Do you have a favorite Trump
it's
narrative?
the deportation. I love that.
The deportation, the mass deportation is your favorite?
Absolutely.
Okay. By the way, your weather, the sun is coming back today. It's going to warm us up a bit. A high today of 34 degrees and a low of 11. Mason, what is the current temperature? As you know, you're supposed to tell me what the temperature is during the traffic report.
I know. You were making fun of me for not putting the right date on your paper instead.
So you'll love this, Joan.
Yeah.
So you know
You're
that I'm
hassling
like,
him already?
I am Ron Burgundy. I will read whatever's in front of me. And he's got the date on here. Mandis Live Spots, February 20th.
And you almost said that?
I almost did. And then I realized, no, it's actually the 21st. And so...
It's one of my favorite.
Who did that? Did you do that, Mason?
That's a Weber one.
Is that a Weber
That's
one?
a Weber one.
Okay, that's very good.
It's so good.
That is... And
it is the 21st.
oh, so apropos.
And it is 11 degrees outside.
Anyway, so it's 11 degrees. So, yeah, I don't know, Joan. I don't know which is my favorite. I mean, mass deportation is right up there. But the fact that USAID seems to be, from a talk show standpoint, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
Every single day there's another storyline. So I don't know. I'm really interested. This might be, Joan, my all-time favorite Daily Dan poll.
Well, I mean, for good reason.
That's right.
You know, I probably see the mass deportation thing from the crime and news standpoint. So that makes sense that you would think USAID is like the big deal. Mm-hmm. These are really good. It's hard to pick just one.
It is hard to pick just one. So anyway, we'll continue to monitor the results. Do we have any results as of yet, Mason? What are people saying? I have not taken the poll as of yet, but what are people saying?
Right now, we're sitting at a high lead with 50% agreeing on the corruption and USAID.
Really? 50%?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Well, thank you, Mason. Thank you, Joan. It is 5:18 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And we do have a lot going on. And Black History Month. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Joan, but Donald Trump brings in Tiger Woods as they celebrate Black History Month in the White House.
It was so good to see.
It was good to see. And let's face it, Tiger Woods has had a hard time.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods has had a hard time. I think, didn't he just leave one of the big golf tournaments because he was injured?
Yep.
You would know that because you're a golfer.
Yeah, he did.
What happened to Tiger?
It's his back again.
Back?
He's been having trouble with. He had surgery on his back, and of course he got into that wreck. When he drove his car too fast and went around a corner and wrecked his
Was that
SUV.
on the same day that his wife tried to hit him with a golf club?
I think it may have been.
Okay,
He's had a rough time,
stones.
but I have to say that he brought on his own bad luck.
Yes, he did.
In many ways.
Yes. But anyway, he was brought up. The people last night at the White House didn't seem to care. They're excited to see Tiger Woods, and now you know that the hate is going to come out for Tiger, right? If it hasn't already started, as they were, again, celebrating Black History Month in the White House. Donald Trump, of course, announcing, I don't know if you saw this, Joan, and this goes back to 2016, actually, but Trump is talking about how some statues celebrating Black Americans will actually be going up.
We'll honor hundreds of our greatest Americans to ever live, including countless Black Americans, icons. The garden will predominantly feature incredible women like Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Billie Holiday, Aretha Franklin, and Coretta Scott King. We're going to produce some of the most beautiful works of art in the form of a statue for men like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Jackie Robinson, what a great athlete that was. Mm-hmm. Martin Luther King Jr., Muhammad Ali, he's not a bad athlete. What do you think, Muhammad? Not too bad.
Watch this.
And the late Kobe Bryant. People love Kobe Bryant. And we're going to save Tiger Woods for another time. That's all that I can. I'm sorry. During Black...
That was funny.
Yeah.
Tiger, your time will come. It is surprising. It is surprising. Eventually, I think Tiger would be great to have a statue of him. But here's the thing. This does go back to 2016. Trump was talking about this at some point. Remember the whole insanity about wanting to tear down statues?
Yes.
And that just, all of that nonsense and all these statues ended up getting either, remember in Maryland, you probably remember this, where
Robert
they tore
E. Lee.
down Robert E. Lee. There was, if I remember right, there was a statue of Christopher Columbus that they dumped into the bay or whatever it is there in Baltimore. And, you know, those cities, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, but all those statues were torn down, ripped apart, thrown into the water, so on and so forth. And those neighborhoods are still crap. So you can destroy the statues and you can do all that other kind of stuff, which is obviously what these groups did, but it didn't help those communities at all.
Not one bit.
Not
They even
one
tried
bit.
to tear down a cross.
In
In Maryland, there's a statue called the Bladensburg Cross. And, they tried to take that down, too. They went to court over it and lost. So it's still standing as far as I know.
I'll never forget them tearing down that statue of Christopher Columbus and throwing it into, what do you call it? Is it a bay in Maryland where the ballpark is and the museum and all that?
The ballpark.
What do you call that? Is it a bay?
No. I mean, that would be the Potomac River.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, they threw it into the water. There you go. And
Crazy
I think
loons.
they put the crazy loons. It's exactly right. And again, the neighborhoods are still crap. So absolutely nothing was served. 522, Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, we have more on that vote-a-rama that happened last night for Senate Republicans. Also, the TVA is at it again. They want you to conserve power. We'll tell you what they want you to do today. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527. Nashville's Morning News. No, that's not the Democrats. That could be coming from Murfreesboro.
Yes.
Joan Jones is a grandma again.
Again.
Congratulations, Joan.
Just this morning while we were on the air, my daughter-in-law had her baby.
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
exciting. Yeah. She's 7 pounds, 13 ounces, and 20 inches long. And my son said she's beautiful and loud. Yeah.
Enough of that. Well, congratulations. That's fantastic. Now, this is grandbaby number
3.
total? 3. Okay.
And all 3 girls.
All 3 girls?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have a name? Because, when I asked Joan before the radio broadcast, she was telling me about all of this. And I said, so what's the baby's name going to be? And she said, Nunya. We all know what Nunya means. It's Nunya business. So I guess you're...
That's what my son's been telling me for 9 months. And now he says, I can't tell you until you come to the hospital. So I still don't know.
Why not?
I don't know. It must be a really special name.
I have a prediction.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe they're naming the baby after you.
No, they're not naming the baby.
Joan,
who would name their baby Joan?
Your name is so hip and current.
Yeah. In the 1950s, it was.
Is that why you like to be called JJ at one point back in your FM music days?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And you said that you liked JJ.
I did like that. Yeah, that was fine.
Well, I like Joan. Okay. Actually, I do. I like the name Joan. We're going to call it a classic name. That's what we're going to call it.
Yeah. That's like saying your house is cute.
No, you know what you say when you want to make a backhanded compliment on somebody's house? Well, when you sell a house and you have the sign outside, they put the sign outside that says, I'm gorgeous inside.
Yeah.
That means your house is ugly as you know what on the outside. Anyway, moving right along. Anyway, congratulations. That is fantastic. I wish I had a cigar. I could give you, we could start, toking away in here.
I don't do cigars, but I'll bring one for you.
Okay, Joan, that's fine. Well,
will that work?
And I'll
Mason, do you smoke cigars?
I'm not really much of a smoker, unfortunately.
All right. Well, no, that's
just
good.
awkwardly sit here and watch Dan.
No.
Be a very long 5:30 segment for sure.
Moving right along, it's 5:29 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, 5:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones, or JJ, with your top stories. Senate Republicans adopting a budget resolution after a marathon overnight vote-a-rama that lasted about 10 hours, as Democrats sought to dial up the heat on Republicans with dozens of amendments. But Republicans overwhelmingly voted to reject those proposals. The resolution paves the way for Republicans to pass now roughly $340 billion in funding, and that includes $175 billion for border operations and immigration enforcement and deportation plans as well. There is $150 billion in defense spending in this bill as well. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri telling The Hill that President Trump gave the nod to this Senate plan. Well, TVA is asking you to cut back on power usage again this morning. It comes after thousands of customers went without power on Wednesday over a breaker problem at NES. TVA says that for now, it's trying to prevent record power usage.
7 states the TVA serves to have reliable power. So again, they're asking people to turn off the lights, don't use those large appliances, and lower your heat to below 70 degrees.
That's Alexandria Adams over at Channel 4. TVA requesting you reserve power between 6 and 10 this morning to reduce the strain on the grid. In Kentucky, the death toll from flooding now stands at 15. Governor Andy Beshear saying that the money from the Team Kentucky Storm Relief Fund is going to help pay for the funerals. Nearly $200,000 has been raised so far. About 180 state highways in Kentucky remain closed, some of them because of mud or landslides. And thousands of people are still without power today. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products? With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
No big delays this morning. Maybe some folks stayed home. We don't have any delays on 24 this morning. 65 looks great heading in, and looks like 40 all the way out to the airport. That is also okay this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you're doing well for a Friday. Hey, Mason.
Hey,
what do you think Joan's reaction would be if we just started calling her Granny?
It would not be good. I can tell you
Would
that.
would it not be good?
No,
Wait a
it
minute.
would
I
not.
thought you were excited about being a grandmother.
I am, but I don't want you to call me grandma. I want my grandkids to call me grandma.
Okay, so Granny is out then?
Granny's out.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Is Gran off the table?
Yeah, that's off the table.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I wanted to throw it out. Just to make sure.
What are you, Dan? What are you to your grandkids?
Mr. Clean.
You know what? So
Well done, Mason.
okay, so here's the funny thing is that Riker calls me Mr. Clean.
Does he really?
We were walking around the grocery store. This was probably 6 months ago. And there is Mr. Clean. Everybody knows. Do we have to explain what Mr. Clean is?
No, you don't.
I sure hope not.
So Mr. Clean is on some sort of cleaning detergent, whatever. But anyway, so Riker thought that I looked like Mr. Clean. And so he said, hey, look, you're on a bottle. You look like Mr. Clean. Now, the only thing funnier than that was Amy's reaction, which was like, oh, honey, no.
Oh, no, he's not.
Because
Is that what
Mr.
that was?
Clean,
Yeah.
of course, is, very buff and he's very good looking
Yeah.
and so forth. And according to Amy, I'm nowhere
Do me a
close.
favor and fold your arms right now. Because that's what Mr. Clean does. He folds his arms.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
But see, here's the problem.
That
is
sweater covers it up.
Well, especially today, because I'm in one of my little cozy sweaters.
Yeah.
People are actually making fun of me over on the on WTN TV on YouTube because they want to see like a fire behind me, that whole thing.
Oh, right.
Nice and
yeah.
cozy vibe in there.
So did
Out of the two of us, which one looks like the grandparent? Mason.
oh.
Come
Oh,
on,
boy.
Mason.
Come on, Mason. Trial by fire. Who looks more like the grandparent, me or Joan?
Do it, Mason. Do it.
Sorry, Dan.
I look more like the grandpa than Joan looks like a
You
grandma.
got grandpa sweater on.
Yeah, man.
Can I just tell you though, I'm ecstatic to be a grandfather.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, and Joan, you know what this is like.
Oh, absolutely.
So, I mean, I'm actually
You
not
look ready to read bedtime stories to your grandkids, man. Not in a bad way, though.
Oh no, not in a bad way.
Can I get you a cup of hot chocolate?
No, I've got plenty of slippery elm here, so no problem at all. How did they tell you, Joan, your son and his wife? Have they come up with creative ways to tell you that you were going to be a grand?
Yeah.
And by the way, if you're just joining us, Joan became a grandparent again, third time. Was it 5:19 this morning?
It was 4:11 this morning.
Wow.
Yeah. They didn't let me know until 5:19, but it was 4:11. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So literally, Joan, as you and I were talking about,
I know, right?
that was exactly when we were talking
Yeah.
about the fact that you had a new one on the way. So do they find creative ways
Yeah.
to tell you?
Yeah. So the first time we were doing, it was Thanksgiving meal. And we go around the table and do, what we're thankful for. And my son went last and he stood up and said, well, I'm thankful to be able to tell you that we're going to be parents and you're going to be grandparents. And, I'm like almost.
Was that the first one?
That was the first one.
Okay, so
Yeah.
did you cry?
Oh, I bawled my eyes out.
Okay.
I'm like starting to cry now.
Yeah.
So, and then with this one, they wanted to take a selfie. We always take selfies together. So we have our granddaughter, the first one, and my husband and I, and Trevor and Jenny with us, and we're posing for this picture, and they bring up a pair of booties, and they take the picture of the baby booties with the picture with us.
Yep.
That's adorable.
We said, wait a minute, does this mean we have another one? Yeah.
My daughter, and I've told the story before, so I won't spend too much time on it. But my daughter, she and her boyfriend and my wife and Riker, we all went out for hamburgers. I had no idea this was coming. Like, I mean, it was
You were broadsided.
I
think that
was
was the point.
absolutely
Yeah.
broadsided. And so they hand me a package, and I have no idea. Like, I'm like, okay. You would think that most normal people would be like, oh, I know what's going on here. I had no clue. I open it up.
Did you forget an anniversary? Oh, no.
I open this box up. So I'm tearing up now. I open up this box, and there's some like little booties and gloves. I still didn't get it.
Oh, Dan.
I'm so dense. I am like, what?
These
honey,
don't fit me.
That's kind of
Are we
what I
going
was
to build
like.
a bear?
Yeah.
I was like, this doesn't fit Riker. And I showed Amy, and her
she smack you? Yeah.
her jaw hits the table, and she was shocked with a couple of things. Number one is that, she is kind of playing the part of grandma. That's number one. So she was excited about that. Number two, she was shocked that I'm so dense I didn't even get it. She's like, what's astonishing is you read and you dissect the news and you figure all this stuff out. You can't figure out what little baby booties and gloves means? Come on. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That's
My
cool.
daughter gave me, when she told me that she was pregnant, she gave me a T-shirt that said, "Only the best moms become grandmoms."
Okay.
That I thought was really cool.
Oh, Jones tearing up.
Oh, my
I can
goodness.
hear it, right? Turn around, Mason. Is she tearing up?
I can't even help
super
it.
Texters, is she tearing up?
Caught.
All right, you know what's so funny though? If you're looking at me, you see that I'm tearing up.
Yep.
If you're whatever. My God, we sound
It's
old.
the weepy morning show.
No. We're joyful today on this
We
Friday.
are.
Let's see here. All right, let's talk about this. There's little hockey game last night.
Just a little one.
All
yeah.
right, so real quick. Number one, make sure my audio's up, Mason.
Oh, absolutely.
So heading into the hockey game, and this is like the World Four. What is it again?
It's
whatever.
Oh goodness, what is it
So
called?
President Trump, because we were talking about this earlier. Team USA in Canada had this just brutal hockey game.
Yeah.
And they were booing our national anthem. And there were 3 fights in the first 9 seconds. We ended up winning that. And so last night, there was the final match of this hockey.
Yeah.
Help me out, Mason. What the hell am I trying to say?
No, yeah. So it was the Four
final-
Nations face-off.
Four Nations face-off.
Yeah.
That's right.
And we stomped Canada last time.
Yeah.
It was
We did.
3-1, which is a wild score to have, especially after we beat the snot out of them like 6 times in the first 6 minutes of the game.
So then President Trump posts yesterday before the game, "I'll be calling our great American hockey team this morning to spur them on towards victory tonight against Canada." He says, which with far lower taxes and much stronger security will someday, maybe soon, become our cherished and very important 51st state, the president wrote. So, of course, politicizing it, but in a fun way. The president then said he'll be in Washington meeting with governors and could not go to the hockey game. But he did add that Justin Trudeau would be most welcome to watch the game with them, intimating, of course, that he will be a future governor for the United States of America. So so that's kind of funny. So this is Donald Trump and his phone call to Team USA.
Well, I'll talk to the guys if they're around.
Yeah, they are. I'm going to walk into the locker room right now, and you can speak to the guys firsthand. Mr. President, can you hear me?
I can. You guys are really talented. I have great respect for hockey players. I'm a hockey fan. I love hockey. The talent, the skill that you have is crazy. And just go out and have a good time tonight. And I just want to wish you a lot of luck. You really are a skilled group of people. It's an honor to talk to you and get out there, and there's no pressure whatsoever.
I can tell you honestly, every person in here, players, staff, management, coaches, we are all proud Americans, and we want to represent our country the best way we can and do our best to bring in a win tonight. Thank you again on behalf of everybody.
You just go out and have a good time. You're going to win. And we love America, and we love you guys. We'll be watching tonight. Bring it home.
Thank you.
So there you go. That was Donald Trump and his phone call to Team USA. Canada, though, did end up winning. It was a good game. Canada won in overtime.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a tie game, or it was tied through the second period. The third period, no score was placed at all on either side, leaving us 2-2 leading into overtime, and just barely did they squeak out.
And
that
by the
last
way,
point.
if you don't know much about hockey, and I actually like hockey. I don't watch it. I don't talk about it much, but I actually really enjoy hockey. Mighty Ducks fan from way back when.
Nice.
So Justin Trudeau, after Canada wins, gets cocky, right? And he posts on the socials this, basically talking to Donald Trump. You can't take our country and you can't take our game. And he posted that in both English and Quebecois French. Which I guess
just a variation on French. Yeah.
So while some congratulated Trudeau on Canada's victory, many slamming the prime minister for his response. You won a hockey game. You lost your country. You can't fool anyone with distractions. Hockey games don't buy you a home, lower taxes, generate jobs, improve the dollar, and reduce crime. Call an election, Mr. Hockey, wrote one. Multiple people asking Justin Trudeau, didn't you resign? And another one said, you can't hockey your way out of this, Justin, added another. I mean, Ray showed, in other words, he puts the thing up there, and then more people are critical of him than are positive and basically backfiring. Justin Trudeau is incredibly unpopular in Canada. We've talked about that before. So I love it. I'm sad that, Team USA lost.
Yeah,
now,
but I think it was a well-fought game for sure.
Well, and the great thing about hockey is, a lot of people will say the lower scoring games are the best. Do you know what I love about hockey? Then I'm going to move on. You know what I love about hockey? Are you a hockey fan, Mason?
Yeah.
Joan, you a hockey fan?
I love watching. I know you're going to kid me about this, but I love watching the Flyers. I'm a big Flyers fan.
Okay. So Philly Joan, of course, likes the enemy. So what I love about hockey is, and I may be a total dork on this, but when there is a goal scored, oftentimes it's like a surprise. You don't necessarily see it's coming, right? It's such a fast game that somebody slaps the puck into the net. But that moment where, if it's a home team, if it's like the Preds, everybody's arms go
Eruption.
up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The place erupts. And then, if you're at the Preds games, then you got Tim McGraw. What is it like? You love it. Do they still do that? It's been a minute since I've been to the games. But,
I haven't been in a little bit too. I was supposed to go to a box game like a month ago with some friends before they ended up switching jobs and losing access to those box seats. I was a little disappointed. I was like, maybe you could have just worked there for another week.
Yeah,
maybe?
well, but that's what so that's one of the things that I love about hockey.
Yeah,
also,
it's huge.
I do like the fights. It
cool,
feels
man.
like a guilty pleasure.
Watching those gloves just fly, and it's like, okay, cool. Here we go.
Gloves fly off, and here we go, man.
I feel like they make those gloves extra big for that reason.
That's
Easy to get
exactly
off.
right. That's
just a quick
exactly
flick,
right.
and you're good.
All right, now watch us on YouTube. Take the Daily Dan poll and check out my grandpa-like sweater. Apparently, I'm the most grandparenty looking of the three of us today.
That or like a Mr. Rogers vibe.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a bad thing.
If your
That's
sweater
great.
was red, it would be really cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, so let's talk about the Daily Dan poll. So how did we, because I'm really proud of this poll today. I work hard on these. And so go over to YouTube, like and subscribe, and also take the poll. The poll today is...
What's your favorite Trump storyline thus far? We're still sitting at a high choice for corruption in USAID.
Okay.
At 55% now.
Okay, and
With
the other
next,
options are?
mass deportation, mass termination of the federal employees, and Trump trying to find a way to end the Ukraine war.
Okay.
It was like, that's at our lowest one with 5% for the Ukraine war one.
Interesting.
The next closest following up is the mass deportation one at 25%.
Also interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, real quick, Tuesday, March 4th, we have a station event. Basically, you know what this is going to be at the Nashville Palace. Joan's going to be there.
I'm going to be there.
Grandma Joan's going to be there. And also, we'll have, of course, Chris, Matt, Chad, yours truly as well. You know what this is going to be? It's this effectively the State of the Union for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He will have been in for, 6 weeks? But here's the thing. This really is going to be like a celebration. It's going to be a celebration of, 6 weeks, the last time, and a celebration that Donald Trump won. In the event that we had, Joan and Mason, on election night. So that was one of my all-time, I got two all-time favorite broadcasts. 2016 when Trump was elected and 2024 when Trump was elected. Because the way that it all came down, but especially in 2024, where you started to watch the states fall. You know what I mean? And I seem to recall when Trump won Georgia, that was to
a
me
huge tipping point.
Okay, so Trump has won Georgia. What's going on here? And
Chris
it
kept
just
calling
sort
it
of
too that night.
yeah, and then just all the states just started falling one by one, and it was very exciting. And
I thought
so
that was huge. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't remember if we were able to actually officially call it by the end of the broadcast.
Not by the end of the broadcast,
No?
no, but we had it up on socials as it was called.
It was at like
a couple hours later.
12:15 in the morning when it was officially called for Donald Trump. But we all haven't been together since then. And so this, to me, is going to be almost like a celebration.
Not entirely true.
Of Trump's victory and also what's happened in the first 6 weeks at that point.
Yeah, I was going to say the Radiothon, which we raised a record-breaking number of money for.
Yeah, but that wasn't.
But it wasn't like with viewers
that wasn't a
and whatnot
live
as well.
broadcast.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. This is going to be a live broadcast. Nashville Palace. Go to 997WTN.com. If nothing else, you can come see Grandma Philly Jones. That's what you can do. But you got to come early.
Yeah, because I go to bed early because grandmas do that.
That's exactly what grandmas do. Grandpas do as well, but just not on that night. I'll probably be up all night. Anyway, Joan Jones is here. Joan.
Yeah, we'll have a little bit on our day today because it's going to be one of the more cold days that we've probably experienced in a long, long time. Also, there's a problem this morning with some electric wires, some overhead electric wires that are now down on the ground, and they are burning. They're on fire. We'll tell you where that's happening and a good place to avoid this morning. That is coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There is a lot going on. And have you, Joan, have you been paying much attention to CPAC?
A little bit. Are you talking about?
The moment that Elon got the chainsaw?
The chainsaw is the best thing
Lord.
ever.
So, I'm trying to get the, here it is. So this is audio, Mason. So this is when Elon Musk is given a chainsaw.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
He's wielding the chainsaw like the guy from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
Like over his head. And the chainsaw for bureaucracy. And it's, of course, the chainsaw is emblematic of the cuts that Doge is making, right now. So people just went absolutely wild. There is a bit of and I do find this interesting. There is a bit of a debate going on in MAGA world. And that debate is, and Jesse Waters, I watched this the other night, and maybe I'll try to find the audio, but Jesse pointed something out. And it's something that I've been thinking about too, which is there's all of these cuts that Donald Trump is making all throughout the government, which of course is his right. But some of these folks, many of these folks have nothing to do with DEI at all. Now, the veterans, some of them maybe even Republican, conservative, and so forth, and they're getting, as they say, doged. And so part of what Jesse Waters is saying, and others too, is let's not celebrate so much the demise of these people's jobs because there's this sort of this thought that, oh, these are all DEI people. They're not. They're Americans. Some are veterans. Some are conservatives. And so there is cause for celebration, but not to the extent that we're seeing because some really good people are losing their jobs and losing their livelihoods. We'll talk about that next on WTN.
Well, good morning to you. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're at 13 degrees this morning, just 13 under fair skies, too. Not a snow day, but it is super cold today. So many of us are even in the single digits, and our high temp is just above the freezing mark today, so dress accordingly. Also, breaking this morning, electric wires are on fire. This happened on Gregory Drive in the Inglewood area, and we're told that Nashville Electric Service is on the scene. Now, we'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more about it. That place, however, is a good area to avoid. That's Gregory Drive in the Inglewood area. Legislation to ban cell phones in classrooms with an enforcement mechanism is advancing in the General Assembly. Tennessee House Education Subcommittee Chair Scott Sapicki responding to questions about a cell phone ban being a distraction for teachers who need to teach instead of police devices.
Well, you're going to be able to teach because you're going to have the mechanism of the district behind you now. You're not going to have to sit there and every day do this. The kids are going to get into a routine where they're going to know, they're just going to respond.
Sapicki saying that bill could be on the full House floor in 2 weeks. Did Hamas try to pull one over on Israel? Turns out a set of the hostage remains that was returned yesterday wasn't who Hamas said it was.
Israel's prime minister this morning is promising revenge after officials in Israel say one of the 4 bodies handed over by Hamas was not that of Shiri Bibas. Israeli officials say they don't know whose remains they are. In his statement, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the cruelty of Hamas knows no bounds. Hamas says her remains were mixed with other victims buried in the rubble of a building. Lama Hassan, ABC News, London.
Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Walmart missed analyst targets for sales last quarter, casting a broader shadow over retail. Investors reacted with a retreat that dragged the Dow Jones 450 points lower Thursday. The S&P and NASDAQ composite each gave up 0.4%. Rivian beat Wall Street's fourth quarter earnings expectations and scored its first gross quarterly profit. The CEO of the electric vehicle company says his industry is faced with uncertainty given the potential removal of federal incentives for EV buyers. The average rate for a 30-year mortgage last week hit 6.85%, down slightly from the week before. Still, Freddie Mac says buyers are leery. Home loan applications are down 6%. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And we've got stock futures pointing up this morning, really not by much, though. Dow futures are up 46, NASDAQ futures up 21, S&P futures are up just a fraction. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like there is a problem this morning on Briley Parkway. This is the eastbound lanes at Ellington Parkway, exit 15A and B. This is in Madison. It's a crash. The through lanes are blocked this morning, and it's stop and go from exit 16 up to that spot. So a great place to avoid. But we're looking at 24, 40, 65. They're all running smoothly this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Finally, a Friday. Hope you're doing well. It is February 21st. It is really cold. But we've got a whole bunch of hot news to tell you about. I know that was corny, and I apologize.
Terrible.
Just a little bit.
You know what? You're not even official.
I'm not against
Leave me
it.
alone, Mason.
Hey, I'm not official on this show. Back off now.
Don't you love when the producers get chippy,
Yeah,
Joan?
it happens a lot around here. I think it has something to do with you.
I think it's just rub off.
Really? Maybe I'm the problem?
Maybe.
All right, very good. Moving right along.
Response to you. Yeah.
Hey, so Jesse Waters, I want to put a cap on this. So Jesse Waters, I think this was either yesterday or the day before. We're all celebrating Doge, right? We're all celebrating our Daily Dan poll. The poll is, what is your favorite Donald Trump storyline right now? And we've got mass deportation, we've got Doge, we've got trying to end the war on Ukraine and something else. And right now, I believe Doge and USAID is winning, right? So people are loving what Doge is doing. But one of the things that and this has been sort of percolating in the back of my head for several days now, and then I saw Jesse Waters talk about this, and that is that my worst enemy could lose their job, and to be honest, well, Joe Biden lost his job, but whatever. But my worst enemy could lose their job, and I don't necessarily celebrate it. I don't like to celebrate the decline of other people's lives or careers or quality of life or whatever it is. I just don't. But here's the thing. When it comes to the massive layoffs that we're seeing right now in the federal government, oh, and by the way, there's news on this. The news this morning is that a federal judge has now stated that Donald Trump can move forward with all of those federal terminations, at least for now, because there was the lawsuit was filed in the wrong court and so on and so forth. We'll get into that. But that's good news for Trump. But Jesse Waters was talking about all of the people that are losing their jobs within the federal government. This was on the 5.
And so he was a 20-year veteran of the U.S. military. He was one of these guys in one of these elite units. Killed a lot of bad guys.
Is one of his friends.
Put his life on the line. And now he punched out after 20 years. And working for the Pentagon. And he's only been there a few months, so he's probationary. And he just found out he's probably...
Let's start again, shall we?
And so and working for the Pentagon. And he's only been there a few months, so he's probationary. And he just found out he's probably going to get laid off. He's going to get doged. And he texted me and he said, Jesse, this isn't good. I'm upset. This is really sad. And this guy's not a DEI consultant. This guy's not a climate consultant. This guy is a veteran. So when you're talking about doging people, veterans should get priority. True. Because if you're going to go out there and kill enemies and put your life on the line for this country, you shouldn't be in the same category as people that are doing DEI. Harold and his ilk like to talk about the slash and burn corporate ethos. We just need to be a little bit less callous with the way, Harold, we talk about doging people. Okay, I want that to sink in.
You're arguing with yourself.
I am not guilty of that.
So I think Jesse Waters actually brings up a good point, which is there are people that are getting terminated, perhaps that should not be terminated. Because remember, and Jesse Waters pointed it out, we've been talking about this, the people that are getting let go are the ones that are probationary in nature. They're the most recent hires. Part of the issue with that, of course, is that you are going to have people like Jesse Waters' friend, the veteran, who was just hired. Well, so he's going to get doged, yet you've got some of these, DEI-type people that are already embedded in the swamp that may be able to keep their jobs. So I get what Jesse Waters is saying. Now, I am all for cuts in Washington, D.C. I am all for it. Absolutely. And the American people are as well. But to his point, good people like his friend who is a veteran who killed a lot of bad guys for America and put his life on the line, he is going to be out of a job. And obviously he's upset, as well he should be. And so I do think that they need to, remember, I think a week or two ago, I actually said one of my concerns with what Trump is doing, and I'm saying this as a big-time Donald Trump supporter, but one of my concerns is that they're going to make some mistakes. And I think that's a mistake. I think it is a mistake when you're looking to slash all of these people and all of this money and so forth, and I totally get it, and I approve, but we need to figure out a way to protect certain people, like, for example, a veteran who put his life on the line to try and help America, save America, protect our freedoms and all that, as opposed to them getting fired or doged. So I think there has to be a way to figure out how to protect some people within Washington, D.C., and as Jesse Waters said, perhaps veterans. The crazy thing is, though, this is the crazy thing. Do you know that this is one of CNN's lead stories today? Is that, Jesse Waters is speaking out against Doge. Okay, so I just played you the audio. I don't know if that's speaking out or not, but he was merely making an observation and a point, and a good one. Now, part of all of that, the lawfare against the Trump administration, it does continue, and it is ridiculous. You know how many lawsuits the Trump administration currently faces? Do you have any idea? 79. There are 79 lawsuits, and I think another one was filed last night, so that makes it 80. So just dozens of lawsuits going up against the Trump administration for what he's trying to do. Now, of course, we all knew that this was coming. I believe that we're all used to all of this lawfare after all this time. The lawfare, as y'all know, it started within the first Trump administration. Then when Trump announced that he was going to run for president, we had all that to contend with. And now here we are as he is trying to implement what people voted on. The Democrats are doing it again. And so Phil Holloway is a legal analyst for Fox News.
These executive functions of the presidency are being usurped and invaded by the federal courts. And what it's going to take, I think, is the Supreme Court of the United States to say, look, we need these Article III judges, these D.C. district judges and elsewhere. We need them to stay in their Article III lane because we can't have a system of governance where the courts simply get to substitute their judgment for that of the president of the United States.
I mean, he's right. He's right about all this. This Phil Holloway, legal analyst for Fox News. Is the country being run by the courts or by the president? And he refers to these Article III judges. Now, if you don't know what that is, basically that's a judge that is appointed. They've got lifetime tenure, and their jurisdiction does involve federal law, does involve constitutional issues, so that's up for debate. But his point is obviously a good one, and it's what I've been saying for the last several weeks, is that when you've got 79 lawsuits and all of these judges are jumping in, it does seem pretty obvious to me that these judges are part of the resistance. And it's why you have some people on the left saying that we need to start doing what we can to impeach these judges. But I will also say Donald Trump is blowing through all of these executive orders. So when you come in pens blazing, then we knew that there would be legal pushback.
We have judicial review. That's fine. If the president or the Congress steps outside of the Constitution, federal courts have the legitimate power of judicial review. But that does not mean, Shannon, that the judges get to simply substitute their judgment for that of the president because they do not like his policies. And I'm afraid that's what we're seeing happening.
Yeah, and there's a lot more straight ahead. One of the things that's going on is that these judges now, I think the people are figuring out that there are activist judges. Now, you and I, we've all known that there have been activist judges, and we've known this for years. But I think now the American people are realizing that part of the resistance of the left is these activist judges, and this is basically what Donald Trump and conservatives have been dealing with for the last 8 years. It is 6:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather, the sun is going to come out, high of 34 degrees at some point. And right now, you said 11 degrees, Mason?
Yes, sir.
11 degrees at Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. And so I was telling you about one of these judges has now decided that Donald Trump can go ahead with his mass firing of government employee unions. Now, that federal judge actually didn't rule on the merits of the mass reductions in force. He simply said that the unions brought their case to the wrong venue, the wrong forum. He did rule that they need to go to the Federal Labor Relations Authority, rather than a district court. The judge basically eviscerated these unions, these folks that brought the lawsuit, because basically the judge said, you know better. But what they were trying to do with these lawsuits is they were trying to go through these district courts because they felt that it would be faster than going through the Labor Relations Authority. So that is good news for Donald Trump, perhaps temporarily. I don't know. By the way, you know who's going to be doged next? The post office. The Washington
There's
Post
some
is
big, fat layoffs that could happen there, and nobody would even know.
Yeah, I know. And there's been a lot of conversation about the post office over the years, but that's what the Washington Post is saying, that Elon Musk is setting his sights on the post office as their next target. According to the report, Trump is considering absorbing the independent mail agency into his administration, sparking fears of widespread layoffs or changes at the top that could throw trillions of dollars of e-commerce orders into turmoil. The publication cited 6 anonymous sources who claimed that Donald Trump was considering signing an executive order this week, which would bring the 250-year-old service into the remit of the Commerce Department and Secretary Howard Lutnick. So there you go. And I agree with you, Joan. For the post office, I mean, look, you've got all of these various, Amazon and all these various delivery services that do the job of the post office. Do you still get mail, Joan? Do you still get anything in the actual mail?
Yeah, we do. And the funny thing is, so for this past Christmas, I had something that was being sent from, I think it was LL Bean.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even make it to the place that it was supposed to go for, I think it was 2 months. Then yesterday, I learned that a gift that I sent to somebody in early December just made it to their doorstep yesterday.
Really?
Yep. So, I mean, I know it's anecdotal, but still, I mean, I think that's pretty much the picture of what the Postal Service looks like right now.
It's anecdotal, but I mean, that's anecdotal for millions of people that have been dealing with the post office for a long time. And you know what? Here's the deal, is that I've got actually friends that work in the post office, but even they will tell you, oh, yeah. Just like what you said, Joan. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people in the post office. They could gut that agency. And remember, that's what Donald Trump is trying to do. Trump is trying to take a lot of these things and bring it under the wing of the executive branch, if you will. So it would be Trump, and he is now in charge of all of these various agencies, which, as we pointed out earlier, some people describe that as Donald Trump making himself the most powerful president ever. I don't know.
Wouldn't it be great, though, if the Postal Service was privatized and there was an effort to, I don't know, make customer service a thing? How many times have you walked into the postal office, to the Postal Service, and the people behind the desk don't even look up? I mean, I love the people that are working at my post office. They're terrific.
Right.
But a lot of times you go in and they don't look up. They're doing something else. They don't even greet you to acknowledge that you're there. It happens all the time. And it always happens when it's a government-run agency.
Well, and you're right. And by the way, earlier we were talking about Jesse Waters and saying that Jesse felt bad because his friend, who is a veteran, not a DEI type person, is losing his job. And he said that there should be a carve out for veterans and so forth. And so I made my opinion known, which is I can sympathize with Jesse Waters, and I see what he's saying.
Yep. Totally get it.
Apparently the only one that agrees with me on this is me.
Oh, really?
Almost everybody else on the super text line is like, Mandis, you're a softie. We're $37 trillion in debt. Come on. Even good people lose their jobs. That is very true. That is very true. So definitely the super texters disagree on mine. You know what the great thing is about our events, Joan?
Yeah.
The great thing about our events is that people can corner me and they can tell me all the things that they disagree with me on, and they can have their opportunity. They can have their chance on Tuesday, March 4th.
You want me to go to this event so I can hold everybody. You think I'm going to fend off everybody? Is that what this is about?
You could be my strong person. You can be my strong man. Just keep everybody away. Keep the haters away. Tuesday, March 4th, Chris, Matt, Chad, yours truly at the Nashville Palace as we celebrate Donald Trump being elected into office and his first, at that point, 6 weeks. I cannot wait. Details at 997 WTN.com. Dan Mandis here. At 622, my friends at Zerorez can help you. You know, I used to worry about the chemicals that carpet cleaning companies used on my carpets. That is why I started using Zerorez years ago, and they've got a great deal going on right now. Zerorez cleans your carpets with powered water. No harsh chemicals, no soap, and no residue. So while you get ready for spring cleaning, call my friends at Zerorez. It is safe for my kids and my pets, and that is many reasons, among the many reasons why I do use Zerorez. Now, the science behind Zerorez and their water cleaning agents is much healthier than using those soaps and detergents that those other companies use. That is the Zerorez difference, and that's why I've been a customer for years. And right now, they do have that great deal for the month of February. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $109. They are here for your spring cleaning. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109, $50 off of air duct cleaning as well. Restrictions may apply, but that is a great deal. Call them for the Dan deal, 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. You can always find them online, ZerorezNashville.com. 623 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones has the news coming up at 6:30. Joan.
So what we know about a fire that was sparked by some downed power lines in Inglewood. Also, a Senate Republicans are keeping up the fast pace of changes. They voted to pass a budget resolution in the dark of the night. Those stories coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you very much. 625 Nashville's Morning News. You know, somebody asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It is way more than I thought. So I actually went home and I counted how many connected devices we own in my house. It is way more than a dozen. It's like 18. All of that to keep me connected to my shows, my show prep, my streaming, gaming, all of the interneting, homework, Amy working from home, you name it. Xfinity has it for us. Now, Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is growing by the year, and that is why they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. And right now, through March 23rd, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for only $35 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. Plus, get free Wi-Fi equipment included. Make sure that your home Wi-Fi can handle everything that you throw at it and then some. Find them online at Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. 629, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan, coming up. I know that you especially are going to love this next segment because you're into the podcast, right?
Yeah.
So Joe Rogan has been dethroned. This is the headline, right?
What?
Joe Rogan has been dethroned as America's top podcaster by a bunch of smelly, stinking liberals. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. And Stephen Miller absolutely eviscerates the mainstream media. Details straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Quite a morning we've got going on here in Nashville.
Cold weather advisory continues until 10 o'clock this morning across all of Middle Tennessee with wind chill values that are near zero. Air temperatures right now are sitting near, if not into the single digits.
That's Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro. Now, the good news is that it's going to warm up a bit this weekend and then into early next week as well. So stick around for the full forecast. It's right after the news. Nearly 300 people in the Inglewood area lost power for about an hour this morning when some downed power lines caught fire. NES says it needed to cut the power to put the fire out. Power's now been restored. That happened about a half hour ago. Well, here's what it sounded like late last night in the Senate.
All in favor, say aye. All opposed, no. Nayers appear to have it. Noes do have it. Amendment's not agreed to.
Yeah, nearly 10-hour vote-a-rama as Republicans fended off a barrage of amendments to their budget resolution. And after that vote-a-rama, the bill to fund border security, energy, and defense was finally passed in the chamber floor on a party line vote. In the House, Speaker Mike Johnson has laid out a timeline to pass a single big, beautiful bill out of the House by early April. And just into the newsroom, we're learning that more than 200 TSA employees have been fired as part of President Trump's sweeping layoffs across the federal workforce. All of these layoffs were probationary workers who had been either hired or promoted within the past year. Now, this is a tiny percentage. The TSA has about 65,000 employees. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. 6:32. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof was destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because you could be on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, some insurance companies refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof, and this means that the insurance company is going to depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. If you got an older roof, man, they're going to pay you less. And again, that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, I know you've heard me talking about this for a long time. You need to check this out. My friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 10-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-329-8121. 615-329-8121. Get your Royal Review, tkinginsurance.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Just one spot this morning that's a little troubling. Briley Parkway eastbound in Madison at Ellington Parkway. That is a crash. They say through lanes are blocked. Stop and go traffic from exit 16 up to that spot this morning. Looks a little slow in a couple of spots this morning on 40 headed out to the airport. Otherwise looking good so far. On the other major roadways, 24 looks great. No problems on 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:34, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. It is February, and nothing says love like gunpowder and lead, which is what you find at, of course, the Glock store. Now, all this month, they've had a great Valentine's Day special, and it is going on till the end of this month. Now, you head on over to the Glock store, you and your significant other can go get a couples training session in their Shoot 270 indoor shooting rooms. Now, you book a couples shooting session at shoot270.com. When you show up, you mention my name, Dan Mandis, and you both get trained for the price of one. Now, again, remember, this is a private shooting room, a personal instructor, a professional that is going to tailor the session to your current level of shooting expertise. And whatever level you're at, they're going to up your game. That's what they did for me. So remember to book that 2-for-1 Valentine's Day. Yes, I know Valentine's Day over, but the offer continues at the Glock store. Book it at shoot270.com. Mention my name, Dan Mandis. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Shoot270.com. .636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. How are you? So apparently this is the headline. Joe Rogan has been dethroned as the top podcaster in America by some Donald Trump haters. That's right.
Is it Pod Save America?
No.
No?
It's not. So this is a moment on MSNBC, and they're talking about how this is somehow a sizable shift, talking about these podcasters, and they're talking about, how Joe Rogan is now number 2.
Left-leaning podcast Midas Touch has just done the unthinkable, dethroned Joe Rogan to become the country's most popular podcast. Do you see this as a sign of a bigger political shift? Because even these 3 guys specifically, they are not your touchy-feely progressives. They're like 3 bros from Long Island.
Yeah. I think that this does signal, one, Democrats and let's just call it the non-conservative ecosystem catching up to where the kind of Rogan right has been.
And they're not policy guys. They're anti-Trump guys. And they crank it out all day, every day.
That's where conversation is. That's where a lot of people get their news, is on YouTube.
Did you notice, just real quick, the Rogan right? So what they're trying to do...
That's so weird to hear that.
Well, but it's not true.
It's not true at all.
This is the thing that ticks me off is that, number one, and I'm far from a defender of Joe Rogan. I mean, I like Joe Rogan, but, I mean, that's a man that could defend himself. But they're trying to portray Joe Rogan as sort of this spokesperson for Republicans and Donald Trump. They're trying to paint him into that Trump corner. And Rogan isn't even close to that. He invited Kamala Harris onto his podcast. So just stop it already.
Online. You have to be present there. And you have to have messengers that are fearless and that know how to talk to these folks comfortably and in messy conversations that are often complicated.
People often say that Democrats don't know how to hit. These guys are hitters.
Yeah, okay. Stephanie Rule and some folks over there on MSNBC. Story goes, critics were quick to mock Rule and her celebration, noting that it is easy to get to the top, but harder to stay there. Rogan has ruled the podcast charts consistently for years and conducted an interview with Donald Trump during the presidential election campaign, which was heralded as a huge factor in luring young males across to the MAGA movement. So a couple of things. Again, number one, They're trying to portray Joe Rogan as a mouthpiece for Donald Trump, which he's not. That's number one. But do you know, I mean, Joan, you know this. Do you know what makes Joe Rogan so effective and so popular? It's that he's not political.
Right.
He talks about politics, but he's not political.
Right.
That's what makes him so good. But he also talks about a myriad of things. And so these other guys, the Midas Touch or whatever they are, they're nothing but Donald Trump haters. I've got to brace yourselves, friends. You're going to have to cleanse your ears. But I want you to know what these guys sound like. Listen to this.
We've got a lot to discuss, Midas Mighty. Let's just get right into it. Donald Trump keeps giving these disastrous Oval Office press conferences where he is upending American foreign policy, crashing our economy locally. In the long run, we're already seeing inflation starting to surge. Let's just take a look at everything he's saying.
They hide behind this kind of fake, oh, look, we're being honest. We're being transparent. If I mess up, I'll gladly say I was wrong. But he's never apologized for that lie. He moves right on to the next lie. And then he goes right on his social media platform and he spits out 50 other lies that I guess he could be asked about 3 days later and make the same comment. And then this whole cycle repeats. So they're disingenuous people. And that's why it's incumbent upon all the media out there and people not to take them at their word ever, because their word doesn't mean anything. Their word means zero.
So that is now the number one podcast in America. And I guess they're just Trump haters all day long. And so here's the deal, is that they're preaching to the choir, Joan.
Yeah.
That's not what Joe Rogan does. I mean,
right.
I was so tempted, and I think people hate when I do this, but I was so tempted to, every 15 seconds, I could have paused that and argued right back and debunked every lie that they told.
Yeah. You know, this is not the first time that Joe Rogan's been topped.
No,
it was just
I
a
didn't know
month
that.
ago. It was just a month ago that the faith podcast called The Rosary in a Year.
Yes.
With Father Mark Mary Ames. That beat Joe Rogan for like a day or two. Yeah, it wasn't very long, but yeah, it did top Joe Rogan. But like you said, it didn't stay there.
No, I mean, and they're right. I mean, the podcast numbers are sort of like, I mean, honestly, they're kind of like radio ratings. You know, sometimes they're up, sometimes they're down. It just depends on a lot of factors.
Yep.
And so, like, I know, for example, in this ratings week, I'm probably not going to do very well. You know why? Because a lot of people stayed at home. I mean, it just depends. It also depends on the news side, but whatever. The bigger point is that this here is nothing but an echo chamber. And this is why the Democrats lost in the first place, right? Is because they're their own echo chamber. I don't believe that Republicans are an echo chamber, by the way, which the hate listeners will just start laughing. Send your nasty super text to 615-737-9986. But these guys, it's the same old Trump hating that we've all encountered before, and the same kind of lies as well. And clearly, obviously, they're not giving the full context behind their talking points. I mean, let's just go through some of these. They say that inflation is ticking up. That was the January numbers and under Joe Biden. They say Trump lies, and I found that particularly funny. After 4 years of Joe Biden and the media lying, they say that, I mean, the 4 years when, I would like to know, I don't know how long these guys have been around, but I would love to know what they were saying during Joe Biden, when everybody in America knew that Joe Biden was not really running the country and he really wasn't mentally able to run the country, and everybody knew that we were being gaslit. I would love to know what these three guys who were calling out Donald Trump as a liar, I would love to know what they were saying then. And I don't have the patience to go through their hours and hours of podcasts because, quite frankly, I don't care. I feel like I'm reasonably certain that they were saying, yay, yay, Joe, he's our man. You know what I mean? They say that Trump is upending foreign policy. Really? Is Donald Trump upending foreign policy, or is he trying to end the war in Ukraine? That's what I want to know. So these guys are just full of BS, And that's what they're doing. And meantime, you can celebrate Joe Rogan's demise as number one. I'd be willing to bet over the long term, Rogan's going to do just fine. But as far as this being some sort of a political shift, I don't think so. Not even a long shot. I think that it's a place for progressives to go besides MSNBC. Now, coming up, Stephen Miller. Have you heard this, Joan? Stephen Miller goes absolutely off on the media.
I love when he goes off because he does it a lot.
He does. He does. I've got another example. This was yesterday during the White House press briefing.
Oh,
it is
yeah.
ahead.
I watched that. Yep.
You know that? Did you know that you probably weren't watching it on CNN because CNN turned away?
Oh, they did?
Yes. Audio straight ahead. 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. .645 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and appreciate you listening. The weather for today, sun is going to come back. It's going to warm up a bit, high of 34 degrees, and right now 11 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Stephen Miller, he went off on a number of things yesterday. Number one, of course, we've all been listening, eye-rolling with the very unhinged left,
right? A lot
right?
of bullets coming your way, all aiming at you, and you've got to shoot back in all directions at the same time. Who's going to stand up?
He's making a lot of noise.
Who's going to take a shot back at this guy?
This is code red. I am ringing the alarm bell.
The house is on fire.
This is a 5-alarm fire.
We are at war.
So, of course, that is the left, and that's Republican. That's Democrats and politicians, and also members of the media. The first one there, by the way, Chris Matthews. Clearly, I mean, he's talking about taking a shot at the president. Yet nobody seems to have any issue. So I love that the Trump White House has been going after the media. This is Stephen Miller. And he talks about the very same media that you just heard. Here's part of what he said.
It is true that many of the people in this room for 4 years failed to cover the fact that Joe Biden was mentally incompetent and was not running the country. It is also true that many people in this room who have used this talking point that Elon is not elected fail to understand how government works. So I'm glad for the opportunity for a brief civics lesson. A president is elected by the whole American people. He's the only official in the entire government that is elected by the entire nation, right? Judges are appointed, members of Congress are elected at the district or state level, just one man. And the Constitution, Article 2, has a clause known as the vesting clause, and it says the executive power shall be vested in a president, singular. The whole will of democracy is imbued into the elected president. That president then appoints staff to then impose that democratic will onto the government. The threat to democracy, indeed the existential threat to democracy, is the unelected bureaucracy of lifetime tenured civil servants who believe they answer to no one, who believe they can do whatever they want without consequence, who believe they can set their own agenda no matter what Americans vote for. So Americans vote for radical FBI reform, and FBI agents say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote for radical reform on our energy policies, but EPA bureaucrats say they don't want to change. Or Americans vote to end DEI, racist DEI policies, and lawyers at the Department of Justice say they don't want to change. What President Trump is doing is he is removing federal bureaucrats who are defying democracy by failing to implement his lawful orders, which are the will of the whole American people.
I mean, he went off. And again, CNN in their coverage, they simply decided that they were not going to cover Stephen Miller with, covering him, basically lecturing the media. And he is right. Stephen Miller is right, and I could have whittled all that down, but that was a great sort of constitutional lesson for the media. But when he's talking about everything that was going on during the Biden administration, number one, he is obviously right. Number two, You're talking about what Trump is trying to do with Doge. The American people voted for that. They voted to end corruption. By the way, Kash Patel yesterday was confirmed in the Senate. So has Trump, with the exception of, has he missed out on anybody?
No.
Matt Gaetz was the only
Right.
one for Attorney General, but that's it. And that didn't go really anywhere. So he got in Kash Patel. He got in Tulsi Gabbard. He got in Pete Hegseth. He got in everybody.
Linda McMahon will be voted on probably either today or Monday.
Okay.
Yeah, at Department of Education.
All right. So, I mean, that's another one. So go to YouTube, watch us on YouTube, take the Daily Dan poll. And for the Daily Dan poll, it's a really good question today. Watch us, like us on YouTube. Mason, let's talk about the Daily Dan poll. What is your favorite Trump administration 2.0? What is your favorite story arc so far? We have 4 choices.
Yes, sir.
And they are?
They are corruption and U.S. aid. Got mass deportation, mass termination of federal employees.
Yep.
And Trump finding an end to the Ukraine war.
Okay, so those are 4, and I realize there's a whole bunch. Right now, go take the poll, watch us on YouTube. What is the winner so far?
Our winner right now is stayed at the top, which is corruption, the U.S. aid stuff, at 60% right now.
Okay.
Up from the 52 that it was earlier.
All right, so Elon Musk with his chainsaw.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
There you go. So in case you missed it, he was given a chainsaw. Did he have a Howard Dean moment there? That sounded like a Howard Dean
Oh,
moment.
it did sound like that,
Here,
didn't
you want
it?
to you want to you want to hear it real
Do it
quick?
again.
He's holding the chainsaw up over his head, and he's got a chainsaw.
All right.
I don't know if he actually started the chainsaw or whatever, or I think maybe he was making that sound with his with his
I think
voice.
he did it himself. Yeah.
Did he? Can you imagine Elon Musk actually going out there and actually starting the chainsaw?
It's an electric chainsaw. Let's be fair. Hold on.
So one of the things that Elon did is that he is going and he's doing what he does. He's doging thousands of people, and eventually I'm sure it'll be millions of people from bureaucracy as he has been tasked to do by Donald Trump. And so for the American people and for Stephen Miller and for folks within MAGA orbit, we love this. We do. And that's why we are celebrating the fact that, number one, we're $37 trillion in debt, but Trump and Doge are at the very least going in the right direction. It is 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News. By the way, if you have another accomplishment or story arc of Donald Trump and what he's done in the first 4 to 5 weeks, you can go ahead and write it in the comments there on the YouTube Daily Dan poll. So do me a favor, if you would, Mason, and for the 7 o'clock hour, find what other people have written. Like, what are the other options? What are the other choices that people have said that were not included in our 4 choices?
Yeah, I'll feed through and see what we find.
All right, 6:53, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. Big news from my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time to save a lot of money because you can buy your next gun safe sales tax free at DT McCall's. Now, they are the largest Liberty Safe dealer here in the state of Tennessee. It's all about free delivery and free setup. Others are going to charge you at least $500 for delivery in setup and bigger models and $300 for smaller models. DT McCall and Sons, they will deliver every safe free every time, period. No setup charge either. So check them out. Online, dtmccalls.com. You can save some big bucks right now on that Liberty gun safe when you shop at DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. 6:55, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. What would you do with an extra $75,000 right now, or even a couple $100,000? Well, if you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with my friends at Loan Pronto. They are the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash, so you can pay off all those credit cards or start that home remodel, maybe both. Now, Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There's virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, no junk fees, and often no appraisal. Now, listen, the average homeowner right now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money. You should use it. Now, one client got $150,000 out of their home. They paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and a personal loan, and they cut their monthly expenses by $1,500. Now, you can get approved in as little as 1 day, so act right now with no hard credit pull up front. LoanPronto.com is the website. Phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. Get the money you need for anything. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLS, consumeraccess.org. $6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 89.7 WTN. Coming up next, Donald Trump celebrates Black History Month, and that's only part of the segment because there's, I know you'll be shocked by this, but there's now a lot of people taking yet another look at the corruption of Black Lives Matter. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. And, hey, Joan, did you know that there is a new Resolute desk in the Oval Office?
No.
Mm-hmm.
They can't take the old one out.
Well, they did. They had to. Do you know why?
Why?
Because Elon Musk's son, X,
Yeah.
picked his nose and wiped it on the desk.
They really had to take it out?
Donald Trump is a germaphobe. Well, I would take it out. I don't know why they would have to take the whole thing out.
Little kid boogers. I mean, really.
Yeah. So, and I guess, I don't know, apparently he was caught on camera. And so he goes in there like little kid. I mean, I don't know what it is about little kids, man, but they can't stay out of their noses.
No.
So he goes in there, he gets one and wipes it on the Resolute desk, and that was it for Donald Trump. Out goes the Resolute desk. They're getting, I guess, the whole thing cleaned.
They'll get it clean, but they got to bring that Resolute desk back. That's historic.
They're actually getting it refinished.
Okay.
Should you call this Boogergate? I don't know. Anyway, so now they have the desk currently in there that was used by former President George H.W. Bush. They call it the C&O desk. And so once the Resolute desk has been deboogered, it'll make its way back into the Oval Office.
Deboogered?
Deboogered.
That kid will be known for years for what he's done.
Oh, my gosh. Can you imagine when he gets older and there's a picture of him, knuckle deep? Anyway, moving right along. 7 o'clock on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Feels colder than ever this morning. In fact, there is a cold weather advisory from the National Weather Service once again through 10 o'clock as temps dip down into the single digits. Also until 10 o'clock this morning, a request from TVA to keep your electric usage down.
Yeah, the TVA, they are asking everyone to be mindful of how much energy they use between 6 o'clock and 10 o'clock this morning. So we're approaching a very critical time. And they say that heating systems running nonstop is straining the power grid.
That's Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac. Well, just like yesterday, they're asking that you keep the thermostat down, unplug unused appliances, also turn the temp down on the water heater. The byproduct of this week's snowstorms, potholes. And Channel 4's Jordan James has TDOT's plan to fix them.
TDOT has dispatched crews across the region. They're starting off focusing in the rural areas and will work their way into Metro Nashville later this week when traffic is reduced. A spokesperson with the state agency says they decide which roads get fixed based on an assessment from their inspectors. If it poses a danger, then they say it will be fixed immediately.
Now, if you come across a pothole, it's recommended you file a report with NDOT or with TDOT online. The Internal Revenue Service has begun laying off more than 6,000 probationary employees across the country, all part of President Trump's campaign to shrink the federal workforce.
We've seen the Department of Government Efficiency go kind of department by department. And yes, the Internal Revenue Service is the latest to be hit. Elon Musk appeared on stage tonight at a conservative gathering with a chainsaw and said, look, the ultimate goal of all of this is to return more money to taxpayers.
That's ABC's Rick Klein. Elon Musk was speaking with CPAC, by the way, of course, with that chainsaw. We're hearing today that it's the Department of Defense where 55,000 employees could be laid off today. And a terror attack in Israel. Police are saying 3 no injuries. ABC News national security intelligence analyst Mick Mulroy tells us Israel will respond.
Well, it looks like when it comes to their response, Defense Minister Katz has already stated that he is going to increase operations in the West Bank. So the IDF might be asked to deploy to the West Bank as a result of this thwarted or at least botched, you could call it that, terrorist operation.
That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got some minor slowing on 24 this morning in the Laverne area. And as you get closer to 40, a little slow there as well. Slowing down on 24, the eastbound side as you're approaching, the Trinity Lane area. That's slow as well. But, otherwise this morning it's been clear sailing on the roads. Looks like a lot of folks may still have stayed home. Also, the buses are not running for most part this morning. So, yeah, the roads are looking good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into a Friday. It's really cold, but it is a Friday. Roads seem to be okay this morning if you're just waking up. We've got a lot of news for you. It is, of course, the month of February, and the president had an event celebrating February, of course, is Black History Month. And one of the things that President Trump did was he did bring out one Tiger Woods. He also decided to mark the occasion with saying, you know what? He endorses Byron Donalds for Florida governor. Now, this is pretty huge. Now, I don't know if they're related. Of course, Byron Donalds is black, whatever. But yesterday, Donald Trump, breaking news, Trump backs Byron Donalds for Florida governor. Now, the reason why this was somewhat surprising is because Matt Gaetz has been thinking about running for the governor for the state of Florida. Because as you know, Gaetz dropped out of Congress, the House of Representatives, so that he could try to be Trump's attorney general. And we all know that flamed out. So Gaetz doesn't have a whole heck of a lot to do. He'd been thinking about a run for governor. I would be willing to bet that Trump was a little put off by what happened with Matt Gaetz. Right, wrong, whatever. But I think Trump may have been put off by that. But I think that Trump also understands that Byron Donalds is really good. Now, Ron DeSantis, he can't run again. He's going to be termed out. So there's going to be an opening. And Byron Donalds has been talking about how he does want to run for governor. Here's what Donald Trump said. He says that Byron Donalds would be a total winner as Florida's next governor, praising Donalds' big voice and commitment to securing the border, stopping migrant crime, restoring the economy, and defending the Second Amendment. He also promised his complete and total endorsement if Byron Donalds does indeed decide to run. You all know I'm a big, big, big Byron Donalds fan. Trump also, of course, as he was talking about Black History Month, he says that he is working hard for all Americans.
We'll honor hundreds of our greatest Americans to ever live, including countless Black Americans icons. The garden will predominantly feature incredible women like Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks, Billie Holiday, Aretha Franklin, and Coretta Scott King.
Yeah, he's talking about this part, and this goes back to 2016, about 2019, where remember when all the nut jobs out there were tearing down these statues all across the country, and Trump talked about how he wanted to have this amazing park that was full of all of these incredible statues. So this idea goes back to the original Trump administration, and yesterday he is reminding us of what he still wants to do. And said park will be full of statues representing all Americans, including Black Americans.
We're going to produce some of the most beautiful works of art in the form of a statue for men like Frederick Douglass, Booker T. Washington, Jackie Robinson, what a great athlete that was, Martin Luther King Jr., Muhammad Ali, he was not a bad athlete. What do you think, Muhammad? Not too bad. And the late Kobe Bryant. People love Kobe Bryant. And we're going to save Tiger Woods for another time. That's all that I can. I'm sorry. During Black History Month, we pay tribute to these heroes and to so many others, but not simply because they're black heroes, but also because they are truly American heroes who inspire all of us, very much so.
I mean, I love what Trump is saying. I love the idea. I've always loved the idea of a statue park, especially, the way that he frames it, which is these are going to be incredible works of art. And Trump did say yesterday that he is working hard for all Americans.
In 4 weeks, our new administration has achieved more than most administrations achieve in 4 years. We brought our country back. It's 4 weeks. Today is our 4th week. It's the end of the week. We are now starting our 5th, and I think we've done more in 4 weeks. Well, certainly than the last administration did in 4 years. They actually went negative. They actually went in the wrong direction. Together, we're going to be fighting long and hard for black Americans and all Americans. We're going to be fighting for all Americans.
I mean, absolutely. And you love to hear a president speak like that because, for so long, especially obviously with Joe Biden in charge, it was all about dividing us. And Donald Trump is uniting us. The numbers have shown that we are right now a far more united America than we ever were under Joe Biden. And of course, we had President's Day, and there were a lot of protests out there with the Not My President movement. We remember all that. A lot was made of that across the country, and of course here on Nashville's Morning News.
Deport us! Deport us! Never turning back. Trump is not a king.
Remember all this? Ugh.
Hey, hey, ho, ho. Trump and Musk have got to go. Stand up! Fight back! Stand up!
So they just, of course, as I said the other day, acting like fools. But remember all that. Well, we do know now from the polling that even people who voted for Donald Trump from the other side of the aisle, from the Democrat side, love what Donald Trump is doing. Fox had a guy on, and his name is Mark Fisher. And Mark used to be a leader in the Black Lives Matter movement. Now, again, remember, it's Black History Month. And Mark Fisher, a former leader in the Black Lives Matter movement, is now calling out that very organization.
Democrats are desperate. I would say it's the closest thing to a national cult that we have. When you are overwhelmingly beat with a mandate and swept across all branches of government, you basically have nothing else. And that's the playbook, is just protest Trump. But I believe Americans are tired of protests now, and the Democrats offer nothing but protests. So, they just need to, just lick their wounds and give Donald Trump and his administration a chance to do what the people voted him in to do.
And listen, he understands, and you understand, and I understand, because all of us have been talking about this. And I believe that he is right when he says that the American people, they're tired of the protests. I'm even tired, believe it or not, of the really corny slogans that they keep singing or chanting, because it sounds ridiculous. And the American people, I don't believe that those actions, those protests are connecting with the American people. But when you're the Democrats, it's all they've got left. Remember yesterday, I told you about that New York Times article, big, long article, about how the Democrats, as this guy Mark Fisher said, former BLM leader, he is saying they're desperate. They have nothing left. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to turn. They have no leader. They have no real vision. And everything they try to do literally backfires. And so he was talking about how the Democrats, they didn't meet back when. They didn't meet any of the demands of Black Lives Matter. And basically, it's his contention that they were used.
The last thing they want to do is is give you something that's going to help you. But they allowed Black Lives Matter to protest because they know we needed an outlet somehow or some way. But they never met any of the demands. They never gave us anything. It was bait and switch. They never kept any of their promises, and that's what they're good for.
Well, yeah, which is, good for nothing. And, to be fair, Black Lives Matter didn't do anything for the black community either. They just didn't. And it's always easy to celebrate when people see the light, as this guy did, but that organization was and is shady as all get out. And I've got a reminder coming up at 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. 7:16 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather goes, the sun is going to come back today. It's going to warm up. 34 degrees for your high right now. 11 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And, a lot of people involved in Black Lives Matter, and the Black Lives Matter organization itself was incredibly shady. Y'all remember, we talked about this ad nauseum. Millions of dollars missing. Nepotism. The only black lives that were helped by Black Lives Matter were the leaders who took all that money and bought large mansions.
Now they're being exposed for the largest fraud probably in the United States history vis-a-vis USAID, along with a plethora of other crimes against, the country. And they're just being exposed for it. But these protests, they're all performative. In my state, in Rhode Island, it was maybe a couple dozen people out, with some signs and stuff. And, I think it's interesting, to me, it smells of the George Soros playbook. This is just them being, sore losers and sour grapes.
Yeah, sore losers and sour grapes. You've got a guy used to be affiliated with Black Lives Matter, has seen the light, talking to Fox News, talking about how the Democrats are being exposed. Now, you remember this guy, Mike Benz, right? He's the one that has been blowing the whistle on USAID and its corruption. He's actually the one, if you remember, I told you about all this. He's actually the one who brought it to Elon Musk's attention on the socials. He was on with Tucker Carlson. He talked about how Black Lives Matter was essentially funded by USAID to the tune of millions of dollars.
Now they're being exposed for the largest fraud probably in the United States history vis-a-vis USAID, along with a plethora of other crimes against, the country. And they're just being exposed for it. But these protests, they're all performative. In my state, in Rhode Island, it was maybe a couple dozen people out, with some signs and stuff. And, I think it's interesting, to me, it smells of the George Soros playbook. This is just them being, sore losers and sour grapes.
So they have this NGO, and it's called the Tides Foundation. And USAID has been giving all this money to the Tides Foundation. The Tides Foundation, in return, gives it to Black Lives Matter, about $33 million worth. So follow the money. Money is literally flowing from your paycheck to the federal government. USAID then gives it to the Tide Center, and this NGO then turns around and gives it to Black Lives Matter, who then turn around and they kill people, and they burn cities, and they strong-armed corporations for donations and platitudes. Just amazing. And by the way, after the smoke had cleared, Black Lives Matter and this Tides Foundation ended up fighting over millions of dollars because, surprise, the Tides Foundation is also, many say, corrupt as well. The Sun Journal has an article, a big, long article, on the dissolving of the Black Lives Matter movement. You're not going to believe who they're blaming for the dissolving of the Black Lives movement. It is all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I bet you can guess as to who they're blaming. Now, don't forget, Tuesday, March 4th, we are going to all break bread and celebrate Donald Trump as he'll be, by March 4th, about 6 weeks into office. And we all haven't been together. Me, Chad, Matt, Chris, you folks, we haven't been together since election night, an amazing, amazing night. So we're all going to get together Tuesday, March 4th at the Nashville Palace, and we're all just going to get together, maybe have an adult beverage or two, and definitely talk about everything that's transpired over the last 4 to 6 weeks. It has been incredible. We're looking forward to it. By the way, it's also going to be sort of a watch party because Trump will be speaking to the joint session of Congress. It's going to be a State of the Union address, if you will. And so we're looking forward to seeing you there. Again, the Nashville Palace, Tuesday, March 4th. Matt's going to broadcast there beginning at 3 o'clock, and then we'll all be on the air probably, I think, till about 8 o'clock or so. I love these events because I really enjoy meeting you folks. Details at 997WTN.com. It is 7:20 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. We've had snow. We've had rain. We've had all kinds of stuff. Now, listen. You need to make sure that your basement and your crawl space is free of water. You've got to make sure that you don't have any water leaks because, you know, the tiniest cracks in your basement with the snow and the rains that we've had, that water could end up in your home and cause all kinds of issues like mold and wood rot and the need for structural repair. My friends at USS United Structural Systems, they can help you because they are the absolute experts in waterproofing your home. So call them. They've got over 30 years of experience in basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair as well. USS inspections are absolutely free, and they say they're not going to sell you any unnecessary repairs. They are simply here to help. We guarantee our best. Call USS. That phone number is 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. Online anytime at USSTN.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. USSTN.com. 721. Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan.
Yeah, so there's a winter warning about how cold it is from the National Weather Service today. We'll tell you about it. Also, Canada beat the U.S. at hockey last night. So how Justin Trudeau is needling President Trump about it today. Those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
725, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7. Wait till you hear the super text that I got a few minutes ago. Amazing. Can't wait to share it with you. Dan Mattis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're keeping you warm this winter with some great deals for listeners to Nashville's Morning News. You can get a free air duct cleaning when you buy a new complete whole home AC. How about a free air duct cleaning package upgrade? You buy the middle package, you're automatically upgraded to the deluxe, or a free furnace checkup with any heating repair service and 15% off of indoor air quality products. Now, again, thing I like about Busy Bee, they're always looking for ways to save you money. Now, don't forget about the Beehive Club. I've been a Beehive member for years, and basically what it is you save money in the long run by maintaining your HVAC along the way. You maintain it, you take care of it, it's going to run a long time. 615-775-7833, Busy Bee HVAC. They are home to the more than satisfied promise. 615-775-7833. Find them online anytime, busybeehvac.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
.727, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 89.7 WTN. Welcome on into a Friday. So the Sun Journal, we're talking about Black Lives Matter in the previous segment, and how they have, by and large, I believe that isn't Black Lives Matter. I don't know, Joan, if you'd agree with me or not, but by and large, I think Black Lives Matter, by their own actions, they're now irrelevant. Would you say that Black Lives Matter, that organization, is irrelevant? I mean, they were so corrupt.
Well, they may be irrelevant, but they scammed people out of millions of dollars and ran off with it.
Yes, they did, Joan. They bought large mansions. Remember, what does BLM stand for? Buy large mansions?
Exactly. 4 mansions for that what's her name?
Patrice Colliers?
Yes, her. 4 mansions.
This is what the article says. Again, the Sun Journal. Less than 5 years ago, Black Lives Matter was one of the largest social movements in American history. Extrapolating from public polls, it seemed that by the middle of 2020, at least 15 million adults had participated in a Black Lives Matter protest. Oh, how times have changed. They say data now for January 17th of 2025 show 41% of registered voters now support Black Lives Matter and 43% oppose it. They, of course, blame Donald Trump. Right-wing attacks on Black Lives Matter were relentless. Trump called the protesters exercising their First Amendment rights of speech and assembly terrorists and anarchists and thugs, which is kind of funny because nowhere in the article, because I looked for it, nowhere in the article do they mention all the corruption from Black Lives Matter or the fact that the violence from the George Floyd riots destroyed mostly black neighborhoods. It was black folks that were killed. It was black folks that were injured. None of that. And they don't say anything about the fact that the only black lives that were improved by Black Lives Matter were the ones that absconded with all that money.
Yep.
And bought large mansions.
Yep.
Yet they blame Donald Trump. All right, coming up, I got a super text that I was shocked to find, and I'm going to share it with you coming up next, and I'm going to open up the phone lines because I really want your reaction on this. Yes, I'm going to open up the phone lines on this Friday. I really can't wait to hear what you have to say about this text that I got just a few moments ago.
Open line Friday.
It is all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good Good morning, 7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. So dangerously cold this morning.
So this is the core of the cold air that's here this morning. It's not as windy as it was this time yesterday, but a lot of us are seeing temperatures drop near and into the single digits with a wind chill that is near zero through parts of Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. So this cold weather advisory continues until 10 a.m.
Yeah, that's Stefano DiPietro at Channel 4. After 10 o'clock, temps will pick up a bit. Although we really won't get that warm today, around 34 degrees. It's over the weekend that we'll start to get back into the 50s. Now, after rain and then some snow, potholes have popped up on Nashville roads.
I don't want to ruin my tires and whatnot, so I'll be dodging them like Mario Kart.
That's a good strategy, that woman telling Channel 4. You may also be dodging T-Dot pothole repair trucks, so be mindful that they're out there trying to make your commute a little better. Got an update here on the Pope's health.
Pope Francis continues to receive treatment for pneumonia at Rome's Gemelli Hospital. Sources tell ABC News the Pope is still working and seeing Vatican officials, spending his time between bed and an armchair. Also reporting that he's breathing independently. Thursday night, doctors said the Pope's condition has improved and signaled that he's responding well to treatment. It's unclear how long Pope Francis will remain hospitalized or whether he will lead noon prayer on Sunday. Marcus Moore, ABC News, Rome.
And Canada defeated the USA in the final of the Four Nations Face-Off hockey tournament last night. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau taking a victory lap on X, posting, "You can't take our country and you can't take our game." That is the latest news.
Funny thing is, people, I don't know if you heard me talking about that earlier, Joan.
Yeah.
People got online and they started absolutely blasting him.
Oh, yeah.
People are saying, didn't you resign?
Right. How long has this is the world's longest resignation?
Yeah, people are like, you won a hockey game. You lost your country. You can't fool anyone with distractions.
Good.
Hockey games don't buy a home. Hockey games don't lower taxes. They don't generate jobs, improve the dollar, and reduce crime. Call an election, Mr. Hockey, wrote one. And other people saying you can't hockey your way out of this, Justin. In other words, people just want him to go away.
Go away, Governor Trudeau. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Becky Jones, 732, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Friends, if you are new to Nashville or you've been here for a long time, but you need reliable garbage pickup, call my friends at J&J Services. Now, there's a lot of companies out there, but J&J Services, they've been around for 20 years. And if you throw it away, they'll take it. Now, regular weekly trash pickup, they offer that. They offer it for construction sites, dumpster rental, even commercial trash compactor services. You can toss it or crush it with J&J Services. They'll work with you on pickup times, and they're really reliable and flexible. Oh, yes, they'll supply you with porta potties as well. 2 decades of taking out the trash in Middle Tennessee. Call them for a free quote. Their phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-599-7778. 615-599-7778. You can find them online, jandjservices.com. That's jandjservices.com. J&J Services, where they always keep it trashy.
In Joelton, it's 24, the eastbound lanes at Whites Creek. There's an accident this morning involving some injuries. Also, Brentwood, 65, southbound side at exit 71, an accident that blocks off the right lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
That is Elon Musk at CPAC, and he actually had literally a chainsaw. And said chainsaw was given to him, of course, symbolizing all of the cuts that Doge is doing to the federal government. And I think today, we talked about this yesterday, is it today the IRS is getting a lot of pink slips, folks that work for the IRS.
Department of Defense, too.
And the Department of Defense. Yeah. I know Pete Hegseth has put out his own video and his own list. And so Elon Musk, as you heard, is taking a chainsaw to the federal government. And earlier we were talking about something that Jesse Waters said. I'm going to replay this. And I'm going to tell you, I heard from, as I was playing this earlier, I heard from a veteran at 3618 on the Super Text line. Here's what he says. I'm a veteran, so I'm allowed to say this. But please help me understand why simply being a veteran somehow makes you special. And except for being fired when you suck at your job. In other words, there shouldn't be an exception for you. If you suck, you should be fired, whether or not you're a veteran or not. And so 3618, as a veteran, is saying, all right, so why is being a veteran special? Why should you get special treatment if you're a veteran? Why should they keep you and fire somebody else just because you're a veteran if you suck at your job, or even if you don't suck at your job? Why should veterans get special treatment? And that is coming from a veteran. And so I want to know what you think. Do you agree with 3618? Especially would love to hear from you veterans, maybe up in Fort Campbell. Because I know that I've done this topic before in Colorado when this came up. And I had a lot of people that agreed that veterans should not get special treatment. Now, what brought all of this on, and by the way, phone lines are open, 615-737-9986. But this is what Jesse Waters had to say about all of these cutbacks at Doge, because what he's talking about is what I mentioned a few days ago, which is that there is a lot of cutbacks going on. Not all of the cutbacks are some of these DEI warriors. Good people are losing their jobs.
And so he was a 20-year veteran of the U.S. military. He was one of these guys in one of these elite units, killed a lot of bad guys, put his life on the line. And now he punched out after 20 years and working for the Pentagon. And he's only been there a few months, so he's probationary. And he just found out he's probably going to get laid off. He's going to get doged. And he texted me and he said, Jesse, this isn't good. I'm upset. This is really sad. And this guy's not a DEI consultant. This guy's not a climate consultant. This guy is a veteran. So when you're talking about doging people, veterans should get priority. Because if you're going to go out there and kill enemies and put your life on the line for this country, you shouldn't be in the same category as people that are doing DEI. Harold and his ilk like to talk about the slash and burn corporate ethos. We just need to be a little bit less callous with the way, Harold, we talk about doging people. Okay, I want that to sink in.
You're arguing with yourself.
No, I am not guilty of that.
And so there you go. It was a moment where, and a lot of people are pointing out, oh my gosh, Jesse Waters is turning on Trump. Jesse Waters is turning on Doge. And he's really not. But he does bring up, I believe, a valid point, a fair point, which is, should veterans, because not everybody who's getting fired, they're not all DEI warriors, and they're not all, part of the whole Green New Deal kind of crap. Good people are being let go too. And I'm just here to tell you, I wouldn't wish unemployment on my worst enemy. So I'm all for government spending being slashed. I'm all for that. I'm all for jobs being cut. But as Jesse Waters said, there is a certain amount of callousness that seems to be happening here. And I'm the first guy to admit $37 trillion, that needs to be cut. But 3618 says, Jesse Waters, his point was, listen, we should make an exemption for veterans, and we should ensure that veterans are able to keep their jobs. And by the way, basically part of what's happening is because these folks are probationary in nature, they don't have the protections of the unions, then you do have some DEI warriors that so far have been able to keep their jobs, but a veteran, because that person is part of the union, but a veteran loses his job or her job because they're probationary. So Elon Musk basically saying we should make exemptions for veterans, and a veteran texted in 3618, and he's saying, what makes veterans so special? I mean, I could expand upon that and say that, you know what, by and large, veterans these days, it's a voluntary army. It's a voluntary military. So 3618 says, what makes veterans so special? They should not get any kind of exemptions. If they suck at their job or if there's cutbacks to be made, they should be in line like everybody else. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with 3618? Or do you agree with Jesse Waters? Phone lines are open, 615-737-9996, 615-737-WWTN. Anthony is on line 1 on WTN. Anthony, thanks for calling in.
Hello. How are you doing, Dan?
I'm doing good. Thanks for calling in. Go ahead.
I agree with the caller, the texter, 3618, I believe was the number. Up until the point to where they shouldn't get, I believe if you're a veteran, you've done a great service to the country. Even if it's peacetime or whatever, you still had the option of sacrificing your life. Should you be called upon? However, if you're a bad worker, and even if you're a veteran, you shouldn't be given a blanket status or a protection status on that one. So if you're a bad worker and you're a veteran, you still got to go as well. So,
Anthony, what do you think about? Let me ask you this, Anthony, because I agree with you on the bad worker part. But what do you think about protections for veterans? If the veteran is a good worker and he's just as good as anybody else, and cutbacks are going to happen, should veterans get preferential treatment? 3618 says no.
No, because again, this is the public sector, and in the private sector, you don't get that kind of guarantee. I want to be equal across all parts, because in the private sector, you can get screwed with almost at any time. And in the public sector, it seems like you always give carve-outs in the public sector, but never the private sector. So it's like it's you got to balance it somehow or another. I don't know if we can do that by giving veterans, even though I love our veterans. I love them. I appreciate them 100%. But just a blanket protection like that, just where you can't be fired, even if you're good or bad. You still have to go. If the government is trying to save money here and your job is costing us a lot of money, you got to go.
So no preferential treatment, says Anthony. Appreciate it, Anthony. Got a bunch of phone calls here. I'm going to get through them all. Coming up, it is 7:45. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. $7:45 as far as your weather for today. Eventually, it's going to get warmer up to a high of 34 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. By the way, sunny skies as well later on. It is
12 degrees outside.
Thank you. 12
Yes,
degrees.
sir.
Thank you on Super Talk 99.7. asking the question, I'm not going to repeat it again. Bottom line is, should veterans get preferential treatment in hiring and firing? This is all related to the DOGE conversation and all of the cutbacks within the federal government. 3618 on the super text line said no, they should not get protection at the federal level or in the private sector. And Jesse Waters on Fox News said actually they should. Doug is a veteran on line 2 on WTN. Doug, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I think no, they shouldn't get special treatment as far as if they're doing a bad job, because if they know they're going to get special treatment for doing a bad job, they're going to continue to do a bad job, versus the people that are doing a good job are going to get rewarded. Now, what you asked the last guy that called in, if it comes down to two people that are doing exemplary work, and one's a veteran and one's not, and one's got to go, then I think the veteran should stay, because the veteran has made sacrifices. A lot of people don't really realize most enlisted soldiers, such as myself, we would work way more than 40 hours a week. You don't get overtime. The pay sucks, but it was my choice to serve my country. My father taught me that every young man should serve his country, and that's what I did. I went in to serve my country. And I think that there should be some provisions there. It's kind of like just in the hiring process on the federal level, veterans do get a little bit of a leg up if they're a veteran versus a guy that's not a veteran.
Yeah. Doug, I appreciate your service, and I appreciate your commentary. Thank you very much. John is also a vet on line 3 on WTN. John, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Dan. Thanks for taking my call. I want to say hi to Joan, not to override Dan, but, Joan's got it going on.
Sure.
Anyway,
Good morning.
listen, when I went through my transition assistance program down in Memphis, the first thing the lady told us when we were sitting in class as I was retiring, she said, look, all those medals on your chest and 50 cents will get you a cup of coffee in the civilian world. And so to me, a veteran, this veteran that Jesse's friends with, is turning himself into a victim. A veteran is not a victim. I'm going to make it no matter what. You know what? I was looking for a job when I got this one. So to me, I think it's unfortunate that the veteran pinged a high profile like Jesse to try to have some leverage to be a victim. We're not victims, man. We'll do whatever we got to do. And you know what? It is what it is. And if we don't have a job, we were looking for one when we found this one. So we're going to move on.
All right,
anyway,
John, thank you very
opinion.
much. I appreciate it very much. And a great call, and appreciate your service. Shelly's on line 4 on WTN. Hey, Shelly.
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think that all things equal, they should absolutely, and all things meaning how they work. If they're good workers, then I think they should have preferential treatment. I mean, think about what they sign up to do. And freedom is not free. And these people make very little money. I just think that they should get special treatment. Absolutely. They deserve our respect, and they deserve a lot of great benefits for having served.
And it's interesting, Shelly, and I very much appreciate the call. Some people will say, why should veterans get preferential treatment? It is a volunteer military. Well, I think they should get preferential treatment because literally they volunteered. And so some people will say, well, it's volunteer military. They don't deserve it. They volunteered for this. That is the point. You could argue, put their lives on hold so that they could serve our country. Bradley is in Nashville on WTN line 5. Hey, Bradley, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Yeah, I wanted to kind of go back to what Doug said. I believe I would agree with him the most as a war veteran here. I do believe that if you have the option to keep a veteran on, someone who has already proven to, support their country and go fight for their country, I believe that that's who you'd want in that position. But I do believe that as a veteran, you have two different veterans here. You may have a veteran who just served and just did their term and then got out. But, like myself, I went and served overseas in 2 tours, so I sacrificed a little bit more than maybe some of the other veterans. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind there, But I do believe that, like what Doug said, if they're doing a bad job, they got to go. I mean, because we do love this country and we want to see the best for this country, and our next generation's coming up. That's why we went and did what we did and sacrificed what we sacrificed.
All right, Bradley, all right, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. Want to get through as many of these as I can. Aaron is on WTN line 1. Hey, Aaron, you're a veteran. Thanks for your service. Go ahead.
Hey, Dan. How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
I think anyone doing a bad job should get canned to start off with. And I'm a disabled veteran, and we get a preferential treatment when we sign up for federal jobs, stuff like that. But apparently, the job this guy got put in for wasn't a necessary job, I guess, since they were just cutting it out.
Right.
So that's why he's losing this job. And like the other guy said, that he's making himself out to be a victim, and that's not what military people do. We pull ourselves up by our bootstrings and find another job. That's what this guy should be doing. There'll be after all these cuts are gone, there'll be other jobs that are open, or find a job in the civilian world. But there's a bunch of them out there who want military people who have the training and the discipline and everything else like that.
All right, Aaron, I appreciate it very much. I thank you for your input. I think that what I'm noticing, I don't know if you've noticed this, Joan, but the civilians that have called in have said there should be more preferential treatment, but a lot of the military guys that have called in have said, no, they don't want the preferential treatment. I do find that interesting. This is Dale on line 2 on WTN. Go ahead.
Listen, man, I've had my boots in the sand for several years, but this is the way I look at it. I ain't no better than nobody else. I either do my job or I don't do my job. And if I can't do my job efficiently, hey, look, you're going to lay me off, fire me, then lay me off, fire me. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
It is what it is.
I do. Well, Dale, I appreciate it. You're calling from Pulaski. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Real quick, Carl is a veteran, and he's on the Borough in WTN. Hey, Carl, go ahead.
Dan, I just want to compliment everybody. First of all, I love the show. I love you, man. I love everybody, even Chris Hand. So, hey,
we all love Chris Hand.
I want to say this. I want to just reflect a little bit. I applied for the post office 2 times. One was in Salt Lake City after I got out of the Air Force, and then here in Nashville. I didn't get hired, but I do recall there were certain people got extra points, and I can't remember if it was disability or the race or whatever. So I look at it 2 ways. I didn't think about the complaining veteran, like, oh, they fired me because I'm a veteran, blah blah blah. I don't follow into that, although I guess he's got a right to say that. But on the other hand, it's kind of like okay, I'm just going to find something else to do.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel entitled to that. But on the other hand, I think that the manager should at least, I think it wouldn't hurt to consider the guy that actually was in combat.
Mm-hmm.
And even if not, but on the other hand, it is what it is. And I don't know this guy. And as far as we know, and I didn't see it with Jesse, which I love Jesse. I don't know his friend, but could that guy, maybe he wasn't being totally honest. Maybe he wasn't telling the whole truth, because he's on TV.
Right. That's true. So, and everybody's got an agenda. I appreciate the call, Carl, by the way. But yeah, everybody's got an agenda. Don't know. But I think Jesse did have a fair point when he did say, was it the word callous, less callous when it comes to all these people getting fired? Because yes, not all of them are Green New Dealers or DEI warriors. Some of them are simply hardworking Americans. John is in Gallatin on WTN, and Robert, you're next. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a veteran, and no, I don't think we ought to be given any preferential treatment. I actually cringe sometimes when people thank me for my service. I don't want to be treated any differently than anybody else, but I don't want to miss the big picture here either. The whole idea is that we're bloated, and we need to end that. And it's not just the jobs that need to be cut; it's whole departments. So while we talk about these people losing their jobs, a lot of them, if they're career employees, will have provisions that allow them preference in the next federal job that they apply for. But the probationary employees, that's part of life.
All right, John, great comment. Thank you very much. And Robert's here as well. Robert, thanks for calling in. Hendersonville, you've got the last word. Go ahead.
Hey, Dan, Joan. Hey, my philosophy is once you retire like I did from the military and you're now a civilian, you compete with everyone else, every other civilian or veteran. So the cream rises to the top. Also, I have a hard time believing that a special forces soldier who quote killed a lot of people is really going to get butthurt over losing a federal job.
I don't know. I mean, if the guy was in the military for 20 years and he has a gig with the federal government, I could imagine being a little irritated that I'm losing my job. However, you're right. There are organizations that will specifically help veterans with employment and trying to get employers. So I appreciate the call, Robert, very much. I appreciate it. And thank you for your service. I think that's a good little segment, Joan.
You know what I especially liked about that segment, Dan?
They all said hello to Joan.
Yeah, they did. Wasn't that fun?
I think it's now sport for the listeners.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, let's, I think KGB wanted to do a poll. I think it did no, it was a tweet. Who's the real star of the show, Joan or Dan? And of course, everybody voted for Joan, which is fine. Listen.
It's really, when they do that, it's really about you because they just want to poke at you.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah.
Or they're just not a fan of sweaters.
Do you know what? Do you know what my favorite part of working at WTN is?
What is it?
Talking to the listeners and my coworkers. Like I'm serious. I'm not being dumb. My coworkers, I love every single one of the people that work, all the people that work here. I love every single one of you, except for one. And I really appreciate what everybody does. And I appreciate the camaraderie and the relationships that we all have. This is one of the only radio stations where you don't have, these days, that you don't have a bunch of people trying to backbite each other and stab each other in the back.
I have never worked anywhere where it's this pleasant between coworkers.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
But you know what the problem is? It's going to get really unpleasant if I don't go to the commercial break.
Oh, I see.
7:58, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here. For me, my backyard is my oasis. Now, I bet a lot of you folks feel the same way, which is why I'm so glad Save a Tree came into my life. Save a Tree can help your trees, your bushes, and your plants and your shrubs look amazing. Now, if they're sick, Save a Tree can nurse them back to health. If they don't look right, Save a Tree can make them look incredible with the proper pruning. Now, they came over to my house, Save a Tree did. I told them my issues with my plants and my shrubs, and they gave me great suggestions on how to fix my crepe myrtles and, yes, my shrubs as well. These folks, at Save a Tree, they're actual arborists, and they can do wonders for your back and front yard. They can make your lawn look amazing and weed-free. They can treat yellow leaves and diseased shrubs, and they can help you bring those trees back to life. So, see how beautiful your yard can be with Save a Tree. Set up your own evaluation at saveatree.com. Spelling is important, SAVATREE, saveatree.com, or simply dial pound 250 on your smart device and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree.
morning. It's 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are as warm as we have been all day, and we're at 14 degrees. Stick around. We've got more on the weather and traffic coming up right after the news. The two people charged in connection with the murder of a young Army private are in court this morning for the first time. 23-year-old Katia Aguilar was murdered in her Clarksville home in May, stabbed nearly 70 times, according to an autopsy report. Now, her husband, 40-year-old Reynaldo Salina Cruz, and 35-year-old Sofia Rhoda were indicted in February. Their appearance in court today is to formally face murder charges against them. Legislation to ban cell phones in classrooms with an enforcement mechanism attached is advancing now in the General Assembly. Tennessee House Education Subcommittee Chair Scott Sapicki responding to questions about a cell phone ban being a distraction for teachers who need to teach instead of policing devices.
Well, you're going to be able to teach because you're going to have the mechanism of the district behind you now. You're not going to have to sit there and every day do this. The kids are going to get into a routine where they're going to know, they're just going to respond.
Sapicki says that bill could be on the full House floor in 2 weeks. Did Hamas try to pull one over on Israel? Turns out that a set of the hostage remains returned yesterday wasn't who Hamas said it was.
Israel's prime minister this morning is promising revenge after officials in Israel say one of the 4 bodies handed over by Hamas was not that of Shiri Bibas. Israeli officials say they don't know whose remains they are. In his statement, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says the cruelty of Hamas knows no bounds. Hamas says her remains were mixed with other victims buried in the rubble of a building. Lama Hassan, ABC News, London.
The man accused of killing an insurance company's CEO in New York City is headed back to court today. ABC's Janice Yu, reporting from outside the court in Lower Manhattan, says supporters of Luigi Mangione are lining up hours before his hearing gets underway.
In court today, the judge is expected to ask the defense and prosecution for an update on the exchange of evidence and could also set a trial date for when this is all moving forward. Keep in mind, Mangione is also facing charges in Pennsylvania, and of course, he's facing those federal charges. And if convicted of those federal charges, he could be facing the death penalty.
Now, donations to Mangione's legal defense fund have topped $500,000. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Looks like Dow futures are down 254 points right now, but NASDAQ futures are on the plus side by 88. S&P futures are up just 3 points. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, gotta watch it in Jolton. It's a crash on 24 eastbound before Whites Creek, and the left shoulder is blocked off by that. And also, traffic is backed up until that point from exit 31 through exit 35. Crash 2 on the South Loop, I-40 westbound at exit 210B. The left shoulder blocked off there. Brentwood, an accident on 65 in the southbound lanes just before Concord Road, exit 71. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.808 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you very much for joining us. Hey, programming alert. This is going to be pretty cool. Chris Hand has Riley Gaines on at 9:35.
Yeah, pretty cool.
So he and she will be talking about, this showdown. There's so many news headlines. Trump versus Maine. So, of course, we all know that Trump has signed an executive order and no more transgenders in female sports, right? So Maine, in its infinite wisdom, has decided that they're still going to allow dudes to play in women's sports. And so Riley Gaines is going to join Chris Hand at 9:35 and throw down her Riley Thunder, as she always does. And a lot of people are angry, but this is what we're seeing across America, is states and judges and all of this lawfare as they continue to do the exact opposite of what Donald Trump's executive orders were designed to do. Need some audio if I could, Mason. So the lawfare against Trump, it does continue. And I don't think that it's going to end anytime soon. But Trump knew that this is what's going to happen. I mean, Trump absolutely knew that this is part of any Trump presidency, the first one or the second one, is that there's going to be lawsuits over and over again. By the way, and I was telling you about this earlier, as you know, Donald Trump wants to fire a whole bunch of folks that work for the federal government, and there's been unions that have, filed their lawsuits against Trump and the federal government and so forth, saying you don't have the authority, blah, 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 blah. A judge has come out and sided with Donald Trump and said that, basically those terminations can continue because you filed in the wrong venue. These unions filed filed this lawsuit in federal court, and they wanted to get a real quick pause on all of that, and they thought that it would go quicker through the federal courts with judge shopping and a Democrat judge, a Trump-hating judge. And so that, believe it or not, that judge said, no. You've got to go through, I think it's the labor relations board or something like that. So the judge actually admonished the unions for bringing the lawsuit and trying to file a lawsuit as opposed to going through the proper venue. So that is good news for Donald Trump. Now realize the judge wasn't looking at or ruling on the case itself, the merits of the case, just telling them that they tried to take a shortcut, and the judge totally calling them out. So at least for now, good news with Donald Trump and the cuts that he wants to make. He actually had some great comments about DOGE yesterday. He was talking about the cuts that he has made, the cuts that he wants to make.
What we're finding and what we found, and these were all found by these computer geniuses. I asked Elon, what trait do these have? They started off with 12 guys, then they had 30 guys, then they had 57 guys. Now they have over 100 guys, and he attracts very young people with high IQs, Some people attract very beautiful people. I think I like them better, actually. But he attracts young people that are brilliant, and they love the country, too. But I said, what trait do they really have? And the trait that they really have was that they're extraordinary with computers. They can take them. He said they make love to their computer. I said, I don't want to hear about that. Doesn't sound too good. He said they can take apart the most complex computer instruments and literally put them back blindfolded. So when they go into some guy that's ripping off the country by doing some of the things you've just heard or what you're going to hear, they can't be bullshit. You know, they can't say, oh, gee, there was a mistake. There was a big mistake. And we're finding hundreds of billions of dollars worth of fraud, waste and abuse, but I think fraud will be the number one.
All right, so long comment, but that's what Donald Trump does. But here's the thing to think about, is that you do have people on the left, and CNN is on in the studio. Where is the remote? Anyway, so CNN is on here in the studio, and they're screaming about, well, you know, Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They say, and I forget the exact comment, but they're saying that condoms were sent to Hamas or whatever it was, and it turned out to be not the case. And Elon Musk has said, listen, we're going to make mistakes. But why are those people, this is what baffles me, is they're up in arms about, you know, a mistake that Elon made, and they're calling it a lie. But the bigger point is that they're not screaming about the fact that we're $37 trillion in debt. And you know what? It doesn't surprise me, to be perfectly honest, that Elon and Trump are going to make a mistake here and there, because they're making it, and they have made it purposely so difficult to figure out exactly where our taxpayer dollars are going. And that's the whole point. Alina Habba, who counsels Donald Trump, says all of this lawfare that he is experiencing, Trump is not only used to it, but he expected it.
The president is used to being under siege with lawfare and radical left judges. This lawfare, frankly, is part of the reason I believe we won. I truly do. I think that it's desperate. I think that it is not in the interests of the American people. We will not be defying orders. We will fight them in court.
Yeah, and that's what, again, that's what they fully expected to do. That's why they did all of these executive orders literally right away. And Alina Habba is exactly right. And the more that Donald Trump, you know, the more that these Democrats go after Trump, the more he's going to beat them, in my opinion. And the better he's going to be in the polling. Because here's the deal. If at the end of Trump's 4 years, or at the end of the, you know, heading into the midterm elections, if Trump hasn't made the progress that he promised, you know what he can do? He could just blame the Democrats and their lawsuits. So either way, in my opinion, Trump wins. I do believe that there's going to be a lot of pushback for Donald Trump all the way through the entirety of his 4-year term, because that's just what the Democrats do. But here's the thing. Not only do Republicans appreciate what Donald Trump is doing, but so do many Democrats. And Speaker Mike Johnson, he was over there at CPAC, and he says,
the president is over 300 executive actions already. And we're going to codify so much of what he's doing so that the next team can't unwind it. That's right.
So there you go. So now the Republicans in the House have to do their job. The Republicans in the Senate actually did do their job. Late last night, we've been talking about this, where they passed legislation impacting Donald Trump. We'll talk about that here in a second. It's a rather long segment. I also want to get to, before we hand it over to Chris Hand, I also want to get to all the latest on Ukraine. Very busy morning. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. (8:15) on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. As far as your weather today, right now it's really cold, 14 degrees out. Sun is going to come out, and maybe it's out already. I don't know. I'm got a bunch of closed windows.
It's out
here.
right now.
The sun is
nice
out.
And bright. I don't see any clouds too much in the sky right now.
Okay, very good.
Nice.
And again, 14 degrees, high of 34. So all this week, it's been a very eventful conversation regarding Ukraine. Donald Trump, of course, his administration, Marco Rubio, speaking to Vladimir Putin. There's a lot going on. And so, as we've been discussing, you got Vladimir Zelensky, and he's not a big fan of Trump going to speak to, or Trump's administration going to speak to Vladimir Putin. But Marco Rubio, and here's what I'm noticing. You know, in the media, the last, 3.5 years or so, the media has just fallen all over themselves, loving on Vladimir Zelensky, right? The media, the Biden administration, the Democrats, even a lot of Republicans, loving on Zelensky, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. He could do no wrong. Now, people like me and talk show hosts out there and conservatives out there have been saying, wait a minute. Billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars in what seems like unaccountable money. And the only thing Zelensky would say is more, more, more. He only wanted more. Never once did I ever hear him say thank you. He probably did, but I didn't hear it. Marco Rubio. Now, J.D. Vance did it yesterday. I played you the audio yesterday of J.D. Vance unloading on Zelensky because Zelensky's upset because he doesn't have a seat at the table as Trump's administration is sitting down with Vladimir Putin. Listen to what Marco Rubio said about Zelensky and about how Zelensky is lying. What did Biden used to say? A lying dog-faced pony soldier? Is that what Biden said? Something like that? Anyway, listen to Marco Rubio.
Instead of saying thank you for all your help is immediately out there messaging what we're not doing.
When President Trump posts that President Zelensky is a dictator without elections, what are you thinking?
I think President Trump is very upset at President Zelensky, and in some cases, and rightfully so. Look, number one, Joe Biden had frustrations with Zelensky. People shouldn't forget it. There are newspaper articles out there about how he cursed at him in a phone call because Zelensky, instead of saying thank you for all your help, is immediately out there messaging what we're not doing or what he's not getting. I think the second thing is, frankly, I was personally very upset because we had a conversation with President Zelensky, the vice president and I, three of us. And we discussed this issue about the mineral rights. And we explained to them, look, we want to be in a joint venture with you, not because we're trying to steal from your country, but because we think that's actually a security guarantee. If we're your partner in an important economic endeavor, we get to get paid back some of the money the taxpayers have given, close to $200 billion. And it also, now we have a vested interest in the security of Ukraine.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Remember the story that I told you yesterday, where Trump has said that he wants access to the mineral rights there in Ukraine. I guess they've got a ton of minerals there. We talked about this yesterday. So Ukraine has a lot of assets. They really do. And so Trump sent a note, a letter to Zelensky, and basically saying, here's what we want. We want access to ports. We want minerals. We want access to some of your assets. And some say it was worth $500 million. Zelensky is apoplectic about this. Ukraine is in a state of panic. There's no way that we can do this. And Trump is saying, and you just heard Marco Rubio say it as well, dude, we just want to be paid back. The American people deserve to get paid back. And this is a way, as Marco Rubio just said, this is a way that we can get some return on the substantial investment that we have made in Ukraine.
And he said, sure, we want to do this deal. It makes all the sense in the world. The only thing is I need to run it through my legislative process. They have to approve it. I read 2 days later that Zelensky's out there saying, I rejected the deal. I told him no way that we're not doing that. Well, that's not what happened in that meeting. So you start to get upset by somebody. We're trying to help these guys. One of the points that the president made in his messaging is it's not that we don't care about Ukraine, but Ukraine is on another continent. You know, it doesn't directly impact the daily lives of Americans. We care about it because it has implications for our allies and ultimately for the world. There should be some level of gratitude here about this. And when you
I don't believe that Zelensky, again, like I said in the opening of this segment, his hand is always out. He's always badgering. He's always complaining. He's always threatening. He's always cajoling America. And by and large, so is Europe as well. And I appreciate that Donald Trump is doing what he can to look out for our best interests.
You don't see it, and you see him out there accusing the president of living in a world of disinformation. That's very counterproductive. And I don't need to explain to you or anybody else, Donald Trump's not President Trump's not the kind of person that's going to sit there and take that. He's very transparent. He's going to tell you exactly how he feels.
Yep.
And he sent a message that he's not going to get gamed here. He's willing to work on peace because he cares about Ukraine. And he hopes Zelensky will be a partner in that and not someone who's out there putting this sort of counter messaging to try to, hustle us in that regard. That's not going to be productive here.
There you go, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State. And here's the thing. You got all these people on the left. Oh, my gosh. These leaders on the world stage, he's redefining foreign policy and all evidence. Yeah, that's exactly right. Because what did Joe Biden's foreign policy get us? Israel attacked, wide open southern borders, people being flown into our country, the Ukraine-Russia war, failed Afghanistan pullout. I could go on. So yeah, you're right. Donald Trump is reworking our foreign policy, which is exactly what we need to do based on the disastrous previous 4 years. And, Donald Trump has every right, and I'm glad that he is engaging with Vladimir Putin to try to come to some sort of an agreement. It does make all the sense in the world. 822 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Dan Mandis here. You've probably been looking for cars, and you see the words buy here, pay here, and it does make you think, this is not a place that I want to go. And I do understand that. Most of these dealers have really bad reputations, but I'm here to tell you there is a good place that you can go. Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, they're different for a few simple reasons. Number one, they've been doing business in Nashville for 61 years. That's right, 61 years. They're Nashville natives that only sell clean title cars under $12,000. Now, if you're new to town and you need a place to trust, this is a place you can go. If you need a first car for a 16-year-old, they can help you out with that too. You don't even need to take my word for it. Go check out their Google reviews. They are amazing, and that's saying something for a car dealership. Now, one location on Nolensville Road, right there close to Thompson Lane. They'll get you in and out in an hour or less. And the best part, they are the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville. And they work with your own financing if you have it. Flexibility, transparency, honesty. That is why I recommend it. Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Find them online. It is automartcars.com. automartcars.com. 824 on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones is preparing the newscast at 8:30. Joan.
Yes, so what we know about a fire that was sparked by some downed power lines in Inglewood this morning. Also, Senate Republicans keep up the fast pace of changes. They voted to pass a budget resolution last night. Those stories coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Good morning. It's 8:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. I want to let you know about a crash this morning on 24. Makes it really slow getting eastbound into Nashville in Joelton. This is 24 eastbound at exit 35. That's Whites Creek Pike, a crash that blocks off the left shoulder. A lot of traffic backed up just before that accident as well. Stick around. We've got more in traffic and weather right after the news. Quite a morning we've got here in Nashville.
Cold weather advisory continues until 10 o'clock this morning across all of Middle Tennessee with wind chill values that are near zero. Air temperatures right now are sitting near, if not into the single digits.
Channel 4 Stefano DiPietro. The good news is it'll warm up a bit by this weekend and then early into next week. Stick around for that forecast coming up. Nearly 300 people in the Inglewood area lost power for about an hour this morning when some down power lines caught fire. NES says it needed to cut the power to put that fire out. Power restored to the nearly 300 customers around 7 o'clock this morning. NES is now saying that was a failed connector to blame for that fire. Here's what it sounded like late last night in the Senate.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Nayers appear to have it. Those do have it. That was not agreed to.
After a nearly 10-hour vote-a-rama, Republicans fended off a barrage of amendments to their budget resolution. And after that vote-a-rama, the bill to fund border security, energy, and defense finally passed on the chamber floor on a party line vote. Now, in the House, Speaker Mike Johnson has laid out a timeline to pass that single big, beautiful bill out of the House by early April. And into the newsroom this morning, we are learning that more than 200 TSA employees have been fired now as part of President Trump's sweeping layoffs across the federal workforce. all of those layoffs, probationary workers who had either been hired or promoted within the past year. Now, this is a tiny percentage. The TSA has 65,000 employees. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather. Next, I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Dan Mandis here. And listen, we are all getting older, and so many of us simply are not where we want to be. You know, we can eat right and exercise, but the reality is that sometimes we need little help. And my friends at Contours in Cool Springs, they are here to help you, both men and women, shed body fat and so much more. Their ultra slim body contouring does guarantee that you'll lose a couple of inches, or that first treatment is absolutely free. It is non-invasive, it doesn't hurt, and the results, they are instant. I have gone through the process and it worked for me. They also do facials, by the way. They're revitalizing, and their red light therapy is going to tighten your skin and restore that natural glow. Now remember, Contours is for both women and men, and you should check them out today online. ContoursLLC.com. CONTOURS LLC. ContoursLLC.com. By the way, that red light therapy facials, they are amazing. And guys, if you shanked Valentine's Day, they'd make a great post-Valentine's Day gift. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. ContoursLLC.com.
Well, it looks like an accident in Nolensville Pike this morning, just north of Sugar Valley Road, and it's causing quite a delay behind it this morning. Be careful in that area. Also, 24 heading in Jolton. There is an accident this morning, and if you're traveling that area, it's pretty slow going approaching that Jolton area. Take your time. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:36. Dan Mandis here. Now, you can sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and to receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. Now, with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell, receive an all-cash offer, and close in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, their client, Jerry, said, we needed to move quickly, and we were worried the process would be lengthy, and we would spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate, though, he says, got us an offer in just 3 days, and it was over the asking price. It was amazing. Listen, friends, selling your home is a big decision, and who you work with matters. As the most experienced real estate team in the industry, you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Now, find out what your guaranteed cash offer would be. There's no obligation. 855-299-SOLD is a phone number. 855-299-SOLD. You can also find them online anytime. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com, and start packing. .837, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to the Crisscross. Dan Mandis here. Chris Hand is here as well. Mason has been running the board today. Well done, Mason. Joan Jones is here. We have a special guest for the Crisscross today. I want to welcome on into the program Amy Cotta. Now, Amy is in charge of Memories of Honor. This is your organization, Amy. You folks at Memories of Honor do incredible work. You support veterans, you support their families, and you also work to ensure that the memories of the fallen, you ensure that their memories are not lost, and you work really hard to ensure that they're always in the hearts and minds of Americans and their families. Talk about what Memories of Honor does.
Hi, Dan. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for giving us a platform to speak on behalf of the families of our fallen service members. As an organization and as a mom of a active duty Marine, I strongly believe that those that have lost their lives, whether in or due to service, deserve to be honored, remembered, and their families recognized more than one day a year. Amen. You know, every day, regardless if we hear it on the TV or not, we are losing service members. We're losing service members to accidents, training accidents. We're losing 22 plus a day to suicide. And then, of course, you know, the last government wanted us to believe that we didn't have boots on the ground overseas. Of course, we did. We were losing some over there. And, you know, as a nation, we owe these families a debt that we could never repay. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do something every single day to make sure that their loved ones are remembered. They've already experienced their worst nightmare, their loved ones not coming home. And now their greatest nightmare is that their loved one's going to be forgotten.
Right.
A dad once told me, we die twice. The first time is when we take our last breath. The second and final death is the last time somebody speaks our name. So as an organization, we make sure that those names are spoken, those photos, those faces are seen, and that second death never happens.
Well, part of what you do, Amy, is you partner with organizations to ensure this happens. And I'm looking at the website, and you've got some great brands here. Edley's Barbecue, Black Rifle Coffee, which, by the way, is one of my favorite coffees as well. The Texas Rangers, PBR teams, it goes on and on. And so talk about the importance of those partners and how they play into all this.
Yeah, absolutely. One that'll hit home. is Vanderbilt baseball. We work with Vanderbilt every single year. If anybody's watching any of the Sunday home games this season, pay attention to those Sunday home games uniforms. On the sleeve, they have a patch with the name, with the rank and name of a fallen service member from where that player or that coach is from. It may not be the exact same city, but it's from that state. And that's one way symbolically that those incredible young men can play in honor and memory of a fallen service member. They're given the information that the families want them to know about their loved one. And so on Sundays, they are literally a living, breathing memorial, making sure that those fallen service members aren't forgotten. So we work with colleges, sports teams, through our Music Remembers project. We work with music artists, the music industry. We just teamed up with, and this is an exclusive, we just teamed up with Gibson Gives, and we are going to be gifting laser engraved acoustic guitars to families of fallen service members so that those guitars become a family heirloom that can be passed down from generation to generation to make sure that future generations know of the lineage and the sacrifice of their family.
That
and we're
is
doing that also with
amazing.
Nashville Laser. Yes. We are a local nonprofit where we work nationally, but we're very conservative with our money and our donations, and we do so much with so little, and that's something that we really pride ourselves on.
I love what you guys are doing. It sounds absolutely amazing, and I love the work that you're putting into it.
Thank you. We are a small but mighty crew.
Let me ask you, how do you find the families to honor?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's very organic. It's usually word of mouth. And so we don't scrub other databases. The families come to us. So on our website, there's in the navigation, Honor a Hero tab. And so they can register their loved one. And there's no stop date on loss. We have fallen service members going back to World War II. And I think it's very important to note a lot of families will think that their loved one isn't qualified. I know that's probably not the correct word, but to be recognized by an organization, we honor all loss of life, whether in or due to service, as long as it was service connected. So killed in action, missing in action, training accident, self-infliction, medical directly related to service, or any loss of life while on active duty.
Well, I love that you said there's no stop on loss, and it kind of echoes what President Trump said. You know, they say these things get better, but it really doesn't. You know, it kind of gets worse with time in a lot of situations. So I love that you guys are going to continue to honor these families.
Now you have an event coming up. It's going to be March 1st on Saturday. So is that a 5K?
So it's actually as long or as short as the participant wants to make it.
Those are the kind I like.
It's a short loop. It will be about a half to 3/4 of a mile. And so it's laps. It's as many as you can do or want to do within a 2-hour time limit. So maybe you want to come out and just walk one lap with your kids. That's fine. And then for people that want to be competitive, they're going to be doing as many laps as they can. And it's called a ruck, which is basically walking with weight. But we do have an honorary division where you don't have to carry weight. It's very spectator friendly. And the really cool part is that it's inside of the Tennessee Renaissance Festival. So you're getting to ruck through or walk through the festival fairgrounds. And the best part is 100% of those proceeds are going so that surviving family members and combat veterans can go do an event on March 22nd in White Sands, New Mexico, on the missile range. And the funds from that are covering their housing, their entry fee to that event, team dinners. So you're literally allowing, by you going out and walking or rucking, you're allowing these families and combat veterans to heal together through athletics and camaraderie.
Amy Cotta joining us, Memories of Honor. So if I was going to walk, right, on March 1st, on Saturday, because I enjoy doing those kinds of things, the only rucking I'll be doing, I might have a candy bar in my back pocket, just so we're clear.
Dan, I was thinking to myself, I feel like Dan can hold some weight. He carries the radio station all the time.
Anyway, so how would I bring money to this? Like me walking, would people sponsor me? Would I just make a donation myself, which I plan on doing? But if I wanted to walk, and maybe Chris could walk too, how would we make money for Memories of Honor? What would we have to do?
Yeah. So that event registration site is pretty simple. It's RWR for Red, White, and Ruck, rwrnash.com. You can register there to walk. You can register there to volunteer. And there's also a donate button on that registration page. And as you're going through the registration process, it's going to ask you if you want to fundraise or to donate. It's completely optional, but it is there if somebody wants to participate in that. And again, 100% of the registration fee is a donation to the nonprofit. So it's we're coming up on tax season, so it's tax deductible.
Nice. Okay. Well, I don't know. Chris, you have any other questions?
No.
I think you're. This is a great organization.
I love it. I just got a text from the wife. She said, my oldest boy, who's 7, Brooks, she goes, Brooks wants to walk. Let's go.
You know what? Why don't we, you and I, walk, Chris?
Let's do
Want to
it.
do it on March
Yeah,
1st?
let's do it. We're there.
Very good. And so if Chris and I want people to donate as we walk, like if I walk so many miles, people would donate what? $5 for every mile or something like that. Can you do that kind of a thing?
Yeah, whenever you're going through the registration process,
Okay.
you just say, "Hey, I want to fundraise, and I want people to pledge, $5 a mile, $5 a lap." And once you're done, you go back on air, let everybody know, "Hey, I did 10 miles."
Sure.
Get out the checkbook.
All right, Amy, thank you very much. It's memoriesofhonor.org is the website. And if folks would like to walk, it's rwrnash.com. I am going to walk on March 1st. And Chris, it sounds like you've
I'm coming. Me and the boys are rolling out.
Okay, so very good. So Chris and I will have a lot of fun. Are you going to try to donate, Chris? Are you
Yes.
going to try to? Okay.
Yeah. We'll get some money raised.
Okay, very good. Amy, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll take it from here. Have a great weekend, and thank you very much for joining us on Nashville's Morning News.
Love what you do, Amy. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you, guys. God bless you.
God bless.
So,
how much weight you going to carry?
Ooh, I like it.
You know what? I've got a bad back. So, but
it's from carrying the station.
But I think that I could probably I walk about 3-4 miles at a time.
Okay.
So I think that I could do some walking. My boots are made for walking.
I was waiting for that to drop.
Were you?
I was waiting for it.
Of course, a dumb Dan joke.
No, if you hadn't done it, it would have been me.
So, I think that's going to... Did I ask her where it is? I forgot to ask her where the damn thing is. Anyway.
You had one job.
I did. I had one job. Anyway, but I'm going to do that.
Yeah,
and I
we're
think
in.
Amy's going to do it too.
Let's go.
So I think that'll be fun. And so I'll go ahead. I'm going to register today or tomorrow, and you do the same.
Yes, sir.
And then if people want to donate as we walk and miles or whatever it is, we'll let you know how that works.
Yep.
I'm not a little fuzzy on how exactly that works. So, but we'll figure it out. And it's a great organization. And if you want more information, memoriesofhonor.org and rwrnash.com. So there you go.
Cool. Listen, I love giving up the crisscross for a good cause.
Absolutely. So who do you think could walk a faster 2 miles? Me or you?
It's going to be my 7-year-old.
You know what? Get him a bunch of sugar and get him all worked up with sugar,
We'll get
and
him
then he'll
all
beat
this-
us both.
All the stuff that RFK is about to ban, we'll load him up with before we get out there.
Hey, by the way, I know that you like to call Joan Philly Joan.
Yes.
She's got a new nickname.
All right, tell me, what's the new nickname?
Granny.
Oh, I heard the news.
She is now a grandmother 3 times over.
Congratulations,
She got word right during the radio broadcast, and at the 5:35 the consultants would have a cow if they heard the 5:35. Oh my God, you sound so old. Joan and I were talking about the greatness of being grandparents. At the same time, Joan and I are both tearing up because of what we've had over the last year.
I love that. Well, I came in and I was excited that I got Riley Gaines on the show, and then Joan Jones says, "Well, I just had a grandbaby." I said, "Well, nothing I said matters." And then everything else is so fake. There's nothing more real than bringing life into the world. It's a blessing from God, and congratulations to you and your family, Joan.
Thank you.
All right, very good.
Can't wait to meet her today.
Oh, that's awesome.
So they're not telling Joan what the name is of the little girl.
Right. I have to wait till after 2:00 when I actually meet my new granddaughter.
I believe that they're going to name the little one Joan.
They're not going to name her Joan. There's no way.
A real modern hip name like Joan.
I think that they should name the baby Philly Joan with the hyphen.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right. Where are we at? I guess we're done. All right.
We're done.
I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
I know
Stick a
I've got to
fork
do
in him.
Window Nation. Be quiet, Mason. Anyway, thank you, Mason.
Thank you for ending on time today instead of skipping out early to go to the hot tub like you did yesterday.
Do you know what I thought happened? So yesterday at the same time, I'm from home and we're having a conversation.
A convenient technical difficulty.
I'm throwing down some talk radio thunder on how I do believe that Jasmine Crockett, if she actually can get smarter on issues, she would be pretty lethal because she is a fighter. She's like a street fighter, and she clearly connects to folks. And I think that if she got half a sense about her, she'd be pretty good. I don't think that she will. I think she's belligerent enough that she thinks that she can just continue to spew her lies.
She has more hubris than intelligence.
She does have more hubris than intelligence. Donald Trump has a lot of intelligence and a lot of hubris as well. So, I mean, she's got a little bit of sort of bravado, Trumpian bravado in her. And I think that's part of what the Democrats need, quite frankly, right now. They need street fighters, and not the kind that go out there and have these really lame songs and these really lame chants and whatever. No, they need actual street fighters, and that's what Jasmine Crockett could be.
We need to do a parody. Do you remember the old late night CD commercials that would come on? Or like with songs like, and then it would like have all the songs listed on the screen. We need to do that with all the Democrat songs that we've heard lately.
We could. My favorite, I think, still is Whose Side Are You On? Whose Side Are You On?
It's a banger.
You know what? There needs to be some sort of a Christian. There needs to be some sort of a Christian like heavy metal group or something that does a rock version of Whose Side Are You On?
I want an EDM club version to drop.
That's funny.
That's what I need.
That is, all right, we really got to go. 8:55, Nashville's Morning News. Riley Gaines at 9:35 on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here. For my friends at Window Nation, this is my window company. They've put 4 windows in my home in the last couple of years, and I do suspect that they're going to be back because at Window Nation, they do incredible work. So if 2025 is the year that you upgrade your home, start with a call to Window Nation. They're offering you a full 60% off all window styles, and you pay nothing for 2 full years, no payments or interest for 24 months, and that is a great deal for great windows from Window Nation. They've got some of the best insulated windows that money can buy, so not only are you saving 60% on the windows, but the savings last for years to come on energy bills. So don't forget that great deal. Window Nation, 60% off all window styles, and you pay no interest and no payments for 2 full years. Mention my name, Dan Mandis, when you call 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com. 8:58 now. Now it's my turn. 8:59, Nashville's Morning News. Chris Hand is standing by, and just like the Tennessee Men's Clinic, he's going to make it happen.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, my gosh. That was terrible.
You know, every time that commercial ends, I laugh. I'm sorry, man. Real quick, we have our poll. Go, Mason.
It was, what's your favorite Trump storyline thus far? Sitting right now at the top is corruption and U.S. aid at 58%.
All right, we had...
It's a good one.
We had deportation, mass deportation. What else did we have?
Mass termination of federal employees.
And
the last one is Trump finding an end to the Ukraine war.
And Trump finds an end to the Ukraine war. So I asked, what is your
5%.
What is your favorite story arc, if you will, of Donald Trump? So
I like it.
Now, that's the Daily Dan poll. Watch us on YouTube, like and subscribe. And by the way, if you miss part of the show, you can always go to YouTube and watch it all weekend long on a loop.
There you go.
If you want, you can do that.
You need more Dan in your life?
And really, who doesn't want more Dan in your life except for my wife? Hey, what's coming up next? Do you have your own poll coming up?
Yeah, I got. Well, we're not gonna do daily polls. We're gonna have a Chris quarterly poll. So today's poll is gonna be, what's the worst state in New England? I think it's Maine.
I say Massachusetts.
A couple people have disagreed with me, but we'll highlight the deep state failing to stop Cash Patel. Is the Epstein list gonna drop? Trump versus Maine with Riley Gaines, USA hockey, and why we need to go to war with Canada.